How's everybody doing tonight? I hope you're doing well. Is everybody ready for the weekend? I hope so. Who's here tonight? I wonder. Chat, I can't see you. There you are. Hello, chat. Well, hello, it's Rubber Lucy. It's Dice Admiral. Butt Poncho. Salty Dog. How's everybody doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. It's good to be here. Friends, I am going to be taking a little vacation. I know, it's crazy. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Papa Lantern, how's it going? Dylan, lovely to see you. What's up, Baba? Omega, how's it going? Sponge? Matt Thorne, hello. So here's the plan for tonight. Tastes strange. I don't know. Weird world we're living in. Weird world we're living in. Oh my God, Baba with the 10. Thank you so much. So here's the plan for tonight. First of all, how's the volume? Is the music too loud? Is it too quiet? Let me know. The plan for tonight is we are going to be looking at the homebrew wheel. It's the last night for this week, so if your homebrew does not get looked at tonight, you'll have to wait until I'm back from vacation. And I'll be posting something, I don't know exactly when, for submissions for when that is. And then the other thing that I'm going to be doing is we're just going to be hanging. I like the idea that in these homebrew streams, I also kind of just answer questions and we go on little tangents. So if y'all feel inclined to ask questions and for us to go on tangents, we going to. But in the meantime, happy Friday. I hope we have a fun stream for my final stream before my little time off. And I'm excited to look at some of your fucking nonsense. I gotta turn this light on. It broke the other night, but I think I fixed it. Let's see. I gotta tell you guys a funny story. Oh yeah, it's fine. So, something funny that's happened to me in life is that because when I'm streaming, I burp, and I sort of turn my burp into like a joke, and it's like part of the bit. It's like, oh, there's a burp, and I lean into it. But I do that so much on stream that now I just do that in life. And I just burp a lot more than I used to, like in a big way, lean into them. I'm not even thinking about it. That's what you've done to me, or maybe I've done it to myself. Either way, you've supported me in the habit. Yeah, you're a habit supporter. What's up, NZ? How's it going, buddy? What's up, Plus Ultra Z? We have NZ and the Plus Ultra Z Fighter. Oh God, I hope those guys get along. You're making an eye that can see the actions of other creatures, and you're stumped with the sentence, the eye that allows them to see the battlefield in. I don't really understand what you're talking about. What you mean by that sentence. If you're trying to figure out how to describe something so it can see through something else's eyes or from another perspective, look at the spell, look at the spell Arcane Eye, or look at the Find Familiar ability where you can see through their eyes. And I would just use the language of that. Dylan with the 5 gifted. Thank you very much, buddy. Battlefield isn't really a mechanical... Battlefield isn't really a mechanical word in D&D. So it's not something that I would use to like characterize how something is working. What? Man, this music's gonna be over soon, and then we're gonna have to listen to stuff that's less exciting. It's okay. We'll figure it out. We'll make it work. It's just flavor? I gotcha. Your first time catching a stream, Tom? Well, welcome. Tom, hey, Tom, you want to see something weird? If it's your first time here, you want to see something weird? Wait, I gotta set it up. Ba, 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 ba. Hey, yo, how's it going, Tom? Welcome to the show, man. It's nice to meet you. How's it going? Are you having a good time? Welcome, Tom. Welcome, Tom. 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 Was that cool? Did you like that? That was for you, buddy. We have about 100 pieces on the wheel. Where's the wheel? There it is. You can't even see anything. Everybody's name is so little. So I'm not sure we're not gonna get through the whole wheel tonight. I don't think so. But we're gonna certainly go through some of it. Oh yeah, it's a THI double C thick for sure. For sure. How's everybody's games going this week? Anybody have anything they're working on? Oh, NZ's got a question. What are you gonna say? Since you want questions, I do want questions. All right, but we're gonna look at Batcore. We'll look at you in a second. What did you ask? In Pathfinder 2, instead of movement, action, bonus action, you get 3 actions and can just use them for whatever you want. Thoughts? So I have only played Pathfinder maybe 3 or 4 times, and I think that the idea of having split up actions and using them for different things, I think is really cool. Basically, the idea is in D&D, you have an action, a bonus action, a reaction, and your movement, and you can do different things with those. In Pathfinder, you have a set number of actions, and they can be used for every specific thing. So it's like I can use my actions. I'm going to move with 2 actions and attack with 1 action, or attack with 3 actions, or something like that. I think the idea is really cool, and when I played Pathfinder, I really liked it. And I would also go so far as to say it is so different that I don't even think you could incorporate it into D&D without like fundamentally changing or including more new mechanics in D&D. Like, the thing that I noticed about it a lot was there's a lot of mechanics involved in sort of keeping you from like, there's like new elements. So like, for example, if you want to use all of your actions to attack, you make your first attack, boom. Your second attack has a penalty. Then your third attack has a bigger penalty. And so like there's like new mechanics on new mechanics that would need to be included to make it work. But I thought it was fun. I liked it. It didn't feel so different. I didn't play enough to feel the difference to be like, whoa, I love this or hate this. I just was like, oh, this to me, it was more than anything else. It was like, this makes Pathfinder feel like a different game, you know? Which I liked. I didn't really want Pathfinder to just feel like D&D. Let's see what Batcore made. Should I play? How should you play a monk? How do you want to play a monk? Depends on the kind of game you're playing. You're pretty new. This is Batcore Craft says they're pretty new and English is not their first language. I looked at this item already, dude. You submitted this item already, and I looked at it already. I think it's, yeah. It's kind of fun. I'll post it in chat if people want to look at it, but I'm not reviewing it again. I love you. Goodbye. One and done. Let's, oh, I gotta get the applause open. I'm sorry. If you submit the same item more than once, I usually don't review it the second time. Deadpoolio. Okay, you should play the monk. You should play a monk however you want, Kat. It really depends on the kind of game you're playing. I will say that there's a lot of stigma against monks not being good, but every game that I've played in that has had a monk, the monk was fine. The monk was cool. So I would say what matters most with any martial character is making sure you really like the character, because you can't sort of hide or lean on the flavor of spells as much. You have way fewer things you can do, but you can do a lot with those things. So I think it's important, if you're playing a monk, really spend a little bit of time and think about, like, who is this monk that you're playing? So you're not like, instead of being like, all right, I punched the guy, maybe your monk fights in a weird sort of way, something distinct, something that makes them feel unique and exciting to you. Because that, I think, is the difference between a martial character being fun and a martial character not being fun, is how evocative you make it feel. And in terms of how strong or not strong it is, there's certain things you can do, but at the end of the day, a lot of the time, it's just a matter of if your dungeon master is good at making encounters work well for martial characters. Which is not always the most fun, that you have to rely so much on the dungeon master to make something work, but... or at least get some sick-ass magic items. This is Deadpoolio. What's up, Tradosio? Welcome, buddy. Bugbears are amazing. I love bugbears as well. In 5e, they are considered weak. Yeah, I mean, it's a stigma. It's like a joke, sort of. I don't know how true it is anymore. If there was a feat or class that let you trade your remaining movement at the end of your turn for extra AC, I wouldn't use that. No, I wouldn't do that. Anytime you're gonna make a feature that gives a bonus. Anytime you're gonna give a feature that gives a bonus to an AC, it should not be able to grow. It should just be a number. Like the parrying mechanic, you can do a parry reaction. You know, you get a, either a dice roll AC bonus or a +2 or whatever. I forget exactly how it works. But anything that you could just make it bigger and bigger and bigger, you should not tie to AC or attack roll. Either one. Let's see what Deadpoolio said. This was my first crack at a Druid subclass. Okay. Alright, guys. We're going to have to change the music soon. Not because I don't like it, but because there's only like 6 songs on this playlist. You made a... What did you make? A Druid subclass. Alright, let's take a look. Focused on wild shape. Well, there already is a Druid focused on wild shape, so I'm hoping that it feels significantly different than that one. We'll see. Okay, yeah, we're back at the beginning of the playlist. We gotta change it. Alright. Alright, that's fine. Alright, new playlist. We're just gonna do random fucking music. I'll change it if it's not good. We're trying new stuff. Welcome, Sarah Kukanor. Sarah Kukanor. Sarah, I apologize if I mispronounced Kukanor. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm bad at pronunciation, and my name is hard to pronounce too. Welcome, Angel. Guys, so, folks, this person, Angel, here's the deal with Angel. So, Angel is a member right now, but if you ever see Angel's name, and it's not glowing as a member, it's your responsibility to gift them a membership. Because Angel... This user, this person, Angel9001, they timestamp almost every single stream. So whenever people are like, where's the timestamps? I'm like, I don't post them, but sometimes people do. Literally, it's that guy. It's just him. Sometimes it's Derek. Sometimes it's a couple other people, but it's usually Angel. So I just want to say, if you ever see Angel that without a membership, give them one. That's what I'm going to say. All right. Crazy. In 3.5, they had high HP, massive AC, and super high damage. Like they were so broken, and if you took a vow of poverty, they would become even stronger. A cheat because they didn't need items anyway. I think in earlier editions, in early editions, I felt like they were a prestige class, but maybe that's not fit. I didn't play 3.5. Their HP is not that high. Their HP is like, they have the same HP as their HP is pretty low in this one. But yeah, all right, let's take a look at the Circle of Many Forms. The most powerful thing that monks have in 5th edition is Stunning Strike, which is pretty strong. But they're not crazy powerful. All right, let's take a look at this circle of many forms. I'm posting it in the I'm posting the link in the thingamajig. All right, let's see. Druids of the Circle of Many Forms are very similar to those of Circle of the Moon. Don't write like this. Don't write like this. Guys, how many of you are watching right now? Are there a lot of people here or medium people here? There's a medium people here. Okay, if there's 66 people watching right now, I'm going to say this, and I need you to echo this to every person you ever talk to that ever writes anything ever. Ever, ever. Doesn't matter if it's for D&D or life or anything. If you're writing about a thing, don't make the first sentence be about what the thing isn't. Don't start by saying... Don't start with the Circle of the Moon. Don't say... These guys are similar to this, but they're different. Just start with the different. Just say this. Watch it. Listen to this. Listen to how much better a sentence this is. I'm just going to fix this for you so quickly. This is how it... I'm going to read it how it's written, and then I'm going to read it so it's fixed. This is how it's written. Druids of the Circle of Many Forms are very similar to those of the Circle of the Moon. However... Circle of Many Forms gave up their ability to cast spells in order to become more versatile with their wild shapes and be able to use them more often. Period. That's how it's written, okay? This is how you should write it. Circle of Many Forms druids gave up their ability to cast spells in order to become more versatile with their wild shapes and be able to use them more often. Period. That's it. Just... cut this out. It'll be lovely. Okay, now, are you saying that this druid completely loses spellcasting? That is curious. I don't like this song. Let's see what happens. When you choose this at second level, you can no longer prepare or cast druid spells of first level or higher. However, you still have spell slots. In exchange for the inability to prepare spells, you can expend spell slots to use wild shape. When using spell slots to use wild shape, the maximum CR for the transformation is equal to the level of the spell of the expended slot. Additionally, you can now use wild shape as a bonus action and gain access to the transform into dragons, fae, monstrosities, as well as beasts. Okay. We don't need to... We're not going to read any further than this, I don't think. And I'm going to tell you why. If you cut out this part where you could turn into dragons, fays, and monstrosities, if you cut this part out, and it was just this, where you can use wild shape as many times as you can cast spells, and the level of creature you can turn into is equal to the level of the spell, if that was your only thing, that would be too strong. Wild shape is very strong, and the challenge rating of a monster is used to balance it against a potential party. So, for example, a challenge rating 2 monster, which in this situation would cost the equivalent of a second level spell, is designed to be able to fight a group of level 2 players. So if you are essentially like, let's say you're a 5th level druid. This means you could transform into a CR3 monster, several CR2 monsters, and several CR1 monsters throughout the day. The amount of hit points alone that gives you access to is way, way too much. You will forever be the strongest creature. You will completely outmatch any other martial class, period. The other issue... So that's why it just won't work with beasts. It just won't work. You'd have to tone it back a little bit. The other big issue, and the real big issue here, is that beasts in D&D are designed in a very specific way. And they are designed so that they can work with wild shape, and they can work with certain types of spells and things like that. You'll notice that all of the spells and abilities that specifically affect beasts you get way earlier than anything else, as an example. If you could turn in, and any monster that basically, if you want it in D&D, if you have an idea for a creature that sort of could be a beast, but it's a little too strong to be a beast, often because of wild shape, or because of the spell polymorph, then you make it a monstrosity. That's how it works. So, By opening up the ability to wild shape into things that are not just beasts, but dragons, fae, monstrosity, and plants, it gives you access to just too much power. You're just too versatile. So, while I like the idea of a druid that, not even a druid, a character that focuses primarily on wild shaping or transforming, I don't think that this is the solution or the way to do it. And I think if I were you, the thing that I would do is I would ask myself, if I want to balance this, is it worth it to instead create new stat blocks to represent the things I can turn into more commonly, so that I can transform a lot, but have it so it's, you know, have it so it either, maybe it doesn't act as an extra hit point barrier. Maybe, you know, like there's ways you could limit it in that way. Or is this so different of an idea that it being a druid just won't work and I should consider just trying to write it as a class? Yeah, being able to be a quickling is hectic. So those are my thoughts. I like the idea. I wish it was in D&D. This is not the solution because there's just spell slots to monsters doesn't equate, and then opening up the monsters and using the same mechanics of traditional wild shape just doesn't work, because wild shape is just, you're not designed to be able to wild shape that much. Or wild shape isn't designed to be able to be used that much until you're level 20, and then it doesn't matter. But yes, those are my thoughts. Thank you, Deadpoolio. Let us raise a toast. To Deadpoolio. Now, Deadpoolio, I see you're in the chat. Your heart is in the right place here. I will say this. And I'm going to say why I know your heart is in the right place. Because I want this so badly. And very, very rarely do I see a subclass. And I think almost all the time when somebody makes me a brand new class, I look at it and I go, this could be a subclass. The idea of the subclass that you're presenting, I actually feel the opposite about. And I don't want to encourage you to dive into writing a class if you don't feel ready for it. But the idea of a shape-changing character, like that is a class that I am trying to write and have been working on very quietly and slowly for a while, because I think it's a fantastic idea. But truly, I think it's the kind of thing where, like, you might not even want to think about this in the context of a druid. This might just be a different thing than wild shape, in a way that you could either tie it to any class, really, and just make it a subclass that fits anything, or maybe making it a brand new thing. All right. Chat. You goofs. The music's getting too intense. Okay. Yeah, you get creatures with spellcasting. You get all sorts of crazy stuff that would just kind of make it a little bonk. And we don't want to be too bonk, you know? Oh, Matty Thorn. Matt, is this the piece that I looked at yesterday, I wonder? No, it's not. A spell, Reckless Courage. It is designed as an opposite to fear, luring people in instead of chasing them away. Oh, interesting. What did you say it was called? Something courage? Reckless Courage. We don't get too many spells. I like spells. Listen, we don't get the thing. We don't get a lot of spells. We don't get a lot of I don't know what else we don't get a lot of. I feel like we get a lot of everything. I feel like we just look at a lot of fucking homebrew. We don't get a lot of feats. We don't get a lot of feats. We don't get a lot of feats. Either one. Second level spells. Reckless Courage. Insect. I missed it twice. Insect. Missed it 3 times. I'll get it later. Casting time 1 action, 60 feet. You compel a creature within range to enter a state of frenzy, careless of their surroundings. Constructs are immune to this effect. Undead probably should be too, no? A target must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, they are unable to willingly move away from you until the spell ends. Additionally, the target provokes opportunity attacks when they enter a hostile creature's range. The target can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on itself on a success. Interesting. I like it a lot. I don't really understand why we're also proccing opportunity attacks. Does, like, you said you're going for an opposite of fear. I know frightened makes it so you can't move towards a creature, and you have disadvantage on ability checks. I almost feel like yeah, I'm not sure where the I guess it's because they're reckless. Yeah. See, I almost may feel like it would make more sense to lean into other creatures have advantage on, like, something about some advantage being against them. You feel like, what about compelled duel? This is sort of similar but different. 1 minute, 30-foot range. On a failed save, for the duration, the creature has disadvantage in attack rolls against creatures other than you and must make a wisdom saving throw. Oh, it is really similar to compelled duel. Compelled duel, they have to make a wisdom saving throw if they want to move more than 30 feet away from you, and they have disadvantage on attack rolls against creatures other than you. It is very similar. It feels too weak. I don't know if I agree with compelled duel feeling too weak. I think that, here's what I would say. I feel like the thing that makes this interesting is that it sort of links you to being within range of them. Like compelled duel, you still have a lot of freedom of movement. Like this spell, you could cast 5 feet away and then they're stuck 5 feet away from you. I might lean into that. I might lower the range to like 10 feet. Restricting movement felt too weak. I don't know. I guess restricting movement does feel kind of maybe not enough for a second level spell, but I'm not buying this. Doesn't this connect the tissue between these two? I don't feel right now. They should also get immunity to fear for the duration. Their spell feels too weak. I think it's a very interesting spell. If I were you, I mean, listen, if the opportunity attack coming in, you think does a good job of expressing the recklessness of them, I think keep it. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Like from a mechanical standpoint, I think it works fine. I just think what I'm realizing, what that I think is interesting, and I think maybe you should think about, is by the nature of this spell, it's a lot stronger the closer you are to the target when you cast it. You know? Like, if you cast this within 5 feet of somebody, they're stuck. Granting immunity so it can't be used with fear, that could do something. Maybe that's just me, but I would almost encourage you to take it in a direction where it's like it's intended to be a spell that you cast close to someone. But that's just me. I do think it's an interesting spell. I think it's an interesting spell, and I could see people using it. I could see people using it for sure. You wouldn't make immune to frightened overall. I would instead say it has advantage against effects that would frighten it. Could work. I might change it to them needing to go after the nearest enemy they see. That's a little Crown of Madness-y. But I could see that too. Yeah, it's an interesting spell. All right. Matt Thorne, ladies and gentlemen. Nice piece. Nice, fun spell. pretty straightforward. I like a spell that does something that feels pretty straightforward and I could see being like used. You know, sometimes spells get really heady in ways that are fun, but sometimes they're just too heady. Advantage for advantage. Oh, Tom's giving the bread. He's the bread man. Let's see. I believe I looked at this redesign already. Don't remember if I did. Breadman is incredibly similar to your last name, so you panicked. All right, well, don't tell me that, Skim Milk. Don't tell me that, Skim Milk. You don't think I did? All right, I'll look at it. I'll look at it. I'll look at you. Hey, Breadman. What's up, Breadman? Let's try to guess your name. Is it Breadman? Is Breadman your name? Are you Breadman? Are you what's a name that sounds like Breadman? Bedman? Are you Bedman? Are you Bretman? Are you Redman? Are you Bedman? Are you Breadin? Are you Redman? Are you Breadma? You're Breadma. Sup, Breadma? Sup, Breadma? Batman? You're Brad. Yeah, you're Brad. All right. All right, we'll take a look at this. We'll take a look at the Under Titan. Everything's growing croutons in here. Yeah. Listen, croutons are the old bread of the future. Let's take a look. Residing in vast deserts, plains, and mountain ranges, Under Titans are a class of massive creatures capable of shaping the land to their will from below. Hunting, and this sentence is too long. Period. End it here. Hunting, pouncing, well, yeah, just get rid of the rest of it. Those who adapt to the path of the brave or foolish choice to live near them learn in their ways. That is a really awkward sentence, too. Drawing on these lessons they tear. I would say path of the Under Titan barbarians learn from their ways. Period. They draw on their lessons, tearing through the earth as they hunt their prey, ruthless and efficient as their teachers. Frozen pizza or frozen meatballs? Frozen meatballs. Frozen, well, it depends on how am I heating them up? Am I heating them up with an oven? Or am I heating them up in a microwave? Or am I heating them up somewhere else? If I have an oven, then I'm good with any. Okay, then oven, I'm probably going to go frozen pizza. Because I feel like frozen meatballs aren't going to be that good. Like, frozen pizza, if you bake it well, can be really good. But frozen meatballs really is dependent on the quality of the meatball. Like, gross meat's gross. But gross pizza, if it's like fresh out of the oven, still pretty good. Yeah, if we're doing it in a pan, I'm not. Wait a minute, Sponge. Is anybody cooking frozen pizza in a pan? That would be crazy. The top would be so frozen, and the bottom would be so panned. All right, let's see what we're getting here. The Buried Beast. Your time around Under Titans has taught you to use the earth to your advantage. You gain 15 feet of tremor sense. Why is there not a period? Why is there not put an enter here? Put an enter here. As a part of a bonus action when you rage, and as a bonus action on subsequent turns while raging, you can dive just under the ground and tunnel through it using your walking speed. You can move under the ground and emerge in a space that you can see that is on connected ground. If you tunnel to a space occupied by a creature your size or smaller, it must make a dex saving throw or be knocked up and slammed down, taking 1d6 bludgeoning damage and landing prone in an unoccupied space of your choice within 5 feet. If it succeeds, it takes no damage and is pushed to an unoccupied space of your choice. Additionally, you apply your rage damage twice against prone and buried targets. All right, so let's break this down for a second here. The Tremor Sense I like. Let's talk about this bonus action feature. It's a little bit convoluted in how it's written, but basically what it does mechanically is it allows you to essentially teleport to another space within your movement distance, so long that it is on connected ground, because it allows you to move without provoking opportunity attack or objects being in the way. And then when you appear on that other side, there is a little burst of energy. You potentially deal 1d6 bludgeoning damage and knock the target prone. How do we feel about that? Being able to do that every round when you rage. I feel like that flavor-wise is very cool, but I feel like being able to bonus action essentially teleport and knock people prone and do, the damage is negligible. We can just ignore the d6. But the bonus action teleport knockback or knockdown every round, do we feel like that is too strong? Not strong enough? I'm compelled to think it almost feels a little bit... It dances with being too strong. It dances with being too strong. I like the idea a lot, though. And I can see how you tried to work on it, because I remember what it was before, and it just didn't work. I would probably drop... Yeah, I was going to say, I would probably drop the knockback. I would probably drop the damaging part. And maybe drop the knock prone. Or keep the knock prone and drop the damaging part regardless. But the prone is really strong. Or keep the damage, I mean, and not the knock prone. The knock prone is really strong. Well, this isn't a burrow speed, Skim Milk. That's the thing, is the last time they sent this, they gave it a burrow speed, and I yelled at them for 5 minutes. This is not a burrow speed. That's why I said we need to look at what literally this does mechanically. The flavor of what's happening is you're burrowing. But what is happening mechanically? You are teleporting a distance up to your movement speed, and you are blowing stuff back. You are referring to the tome? Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about then. Maybe just knockback? Knockback would make sense. Don't worry about it, Skim Milk. And I would just drop the apply your rage damage twice, because knocking a creature prone is already pretty strong. There's probably an easier way to word the burrow speed, like features that give temporary fly speeds. Yeah, there might be something to do there. But I think it's mostly fine. It's a little on the strong side. Let's look at the 6th level feature. Your observations of the Under Titans have taught you more about their habits and habitats. Gain the following benefits. Titan Expert. You are unaffected by extreme heat and cold. You ignore the effects of non-magical difficult terrain. That's pretty strong. Subterranean Sonics. As an action, you can strike into the earth and focus the vibrations around you. Until you choose to stop, you are blinded, your movement speed drops to 0 and cannot be increased, but you extend your tremor sense to a range of 100 feet. You can mark a creature you detect during this effect for 1 minute, no action required, focusing on vibrations. During this time, you can see the creature through tremor sense out to 150 feet and use 1 foot of movement for every 2 feet you move towards it. What does that mean? You can... My God, dude, no. Just cut this whole thing out. This is not good. This is not good. I don't know what the fuck you're trying to say here. I'll tell you what. This part works. You sort of entering a meditative state and getting a broad tremor sense, that works. The rest of this, I really don't know what your goal is here. You are getting confusing in your writing. So I genuinely don't know what you're trying to say here. Chat, do you understand what's trying to be said here? It's an over-designed way of saying you get double movement speed towards the target. Oh. Well, I would just drop... If that's all it does, I would drop it regardless. This is fine for 6th level. Cut this out. Why? Because, yeah, why would you get double movement towards the target? It doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't fit the flavor. It also really doesn't fit what a 6th level feature would be for Barbarian. Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't land. I don't think it lands. Hey, Pat. Pat, if you want to come on stream, you're more than welcome to, but no pressure. I'm kind of doing a... We're doing a relaxed fit. Oh, you messaged me. Let me just call you. I'm calling you. Let's see if you pick up. Hey, buddy.
How's it going?
Wait 1 second. Let me fix the volume a little bit.
All right. I might also be able to tweak it on my
Yeah, be louder.
How we doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yep. Can you be louder?
Not
Okay.
really,
No, that's good.
actually.
That's good. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. I had my volume. I had my volume down. I didn't realize.
Yeah, no worries.
How are you? I'm good. How are you?
Good. Just trying to chill. Friday evening. We got a genuine weekend coming up.
Are you doing anything fun?
I'm not working for the first time in like a month.
Nice.
Yeah, everybody's out of town for the weekend, and so I am gonna take the weekend and not do anything.
That'll be good. Well,
yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm flying away. Well, I'm driving away. I'm sitting in a car. I'm not driving it. I'm sitting passenger seat away tomorrow to go to the beach.
Hell yeah. It's the best way to get to the beach, man.
It is. And I have 3 books that I'm bringing, and I'm excited for all 3. I might even bring 4.
Oof, ambitious.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if I could read four books.
I don't know if I can read. I don't know if I'll be able to read them all, but I like having different vibes of books.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you gotta pick the mood, you know? Every night's gotta be a little different.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, so it's like I have one sci-fi book that's like sort of like a existential, like what is the self book. I have one sci-fi book that's like aliens and alternative evolution book, so it's more of like a body sci-fi book.
Sure.
I have one book about a woman in Scotland who's dealing with like, you know, sad, depressing Scotland, living by the ocean, and then a strange, mystical, gross monster comes ashore and strange things start happening. So it's like that
sounds like a normal Tuesday.
Yeah, so I had to get a scary beach monster book.
Nice.
And then I have one more that is like it's more of like a campy sleepy town, all the kids are going missing, there's a strange thing happening books.
You ever think of reading anything that doesn't involve body horror or monsters?
Yeah, I used to read those things all the time.
All right, okay, I accept. You finished it, and now you're on to the monster stuff?
I just understand there's a time and a place.
Yeah.
Like, my favorite author is Barbara Kingsolver. She doesn't really write horror or monster stuff at all.
I don't think I knew that about you. I don't know.
Poisonwood Bible, arguably the best.
Oh God, I just read the Poisonwood Bible. I don't know why I didn't recognize.
I think the Poisonwood Bible and Blood Meridian are probably my 2 favorite like American modern novels.
Yeah, I haven't read Blood Meridian, but I've heard
it's hard to read. It's challenging, and it's like it's not even challenging because it's very well written. It's just it's one of the most historically accurate of the time books ever written, including the words it uses. So there'll be like 3 sentences in a row where you understand like 4 of the words because they're talking about like different parts of a wagon, you know?
Yeah, I know how that goes.
Or they're using like a mannerism of that era where they're talking about how someone feels, but they are saying like they're an old spigot plet, and it's like a spigot plet is like the underside of the wagon corral that holds this thing up, so it means like they're holding things up.
Yep.
And you're like, all right,
I
don't know what that means.
I like that quite a bit.
Yeah,
by contrast, chat, if you're at all interested, the Poisonwood Bible goes down real smooth. It's a very easy read for being as viscerally impactful as it is.
It has arguably the best opening paragraph of any book I've ever read.
Yep, I feel exactly the same way. It's incredible.
It makes you feel bad about yourself because of how much
just
better,
immediately.
how well written it is.
Literally, that was my reaction. I read it because I'm in a book club with my siblings, and they suggested it.
It's
and
a
I
good
read
book.
that paragraph, and they were like, I literally had to put it down. And a day later, I texted them, and I was like, "I'm a bad writer."
How does that? How does that?
Yeah.
How does it end? It's like the forest is all a lot. Is always something and eating itself. I don't know. It's so good.
Yeah, it's trying to devour itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Which, so
Did you
fucking
read the
good.
whole thing? Did you finish it yet?
Yeah.
It's a
I
good
read
book,
it.
right?
I read it a couple months.
I
months back.
I love how it switches between the perspectives of the daughters so much.
Yeah, the voicing was incredible.
Yeah, it's a really good book.
If I, legitimately, chat, if you ever want just a master class on how to write a novel or write in a character voice, the Poisonwood Bible is exceptional for it.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's also just a good book about like family and like the darkness of parents that are driving their family and not being a part of them. And I don't know, it's good.
Yeah.
All right. Back to this. the Titan Barbarian. Have you been watching chat at all?
I caught just the thing about moving with tremor sense and doubling your move speed.
Okay, yeah. So it's basically you're like a mole barbarian is the idea. So the third class feature, which I think is a little strong but interesting. Flavor-wise, you dig into the ground, shoot forward, and erupt out. Mechanically, it's like a teleport with a knockback, which I think is pretty cool.
Fine.
But we're on to 10th level. Am I reading All Tomorrows? No, but I've heard that before. What is All Tomorrows? Is that one of those like alternative evolution books where like everybody's different? I'll tell you what, I didn't read All Tomorrows, but I feel like I've watched a lot of YouTubers talk about it. One of my favorite things to watch on YouTube is people like breaking down the biology of like strange other worlds in other, like somebody will take like the biology of the ecosystem in the Wheel of Time and like they'll look at it from like a scientific perspective and they'll just sort of like talk about it like they're like talking about like the Amazon. I like those videos a lot. I watch them forever. Okay. Vicious Predator. You embrace the violence of the Under Titans. When you successfully knock up a target buried buried beast, you can attempt to slam it deeper into the ground. The creature must make a strength saving throw against the same DC or take an additional D8 bludgeoning damage and be partially buried underground, where it's prone, restrained, and cannot breathe. On its turn, the target can use its action to repeat the action to dig itself up. If it succeeds, it digs its way with no remaining movement. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. I think that this is a interesting idea. I sort of feel like this should not be tied to the burrow thing. I sort of feel like it should just be like, when you hit a creature with an attack, you can attempt to slam them into the ground, making this happen. And maybe you could tie it to the burrow thing, but I don't think it should be tied to it intrinsically, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
Because it also, I feel like it leaves a lot of space open for you to be doing other things with it too. Because, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I would not tie it to the burrow speed thing. What did I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's mostly fine. I don't really have any super strong feelings about it. It's another one of those things where I also sort of feel like I want more other types of things, too. That's the other thing that I would say.
Also, I wasn't gonna point this out unless chat did, and then chat did. The phrase "knock up" in American English means impregnate. So maybe whenever you knock a target upward is probably more close to what you're trying to say here.
When you get a target a little bit pregnant.
Sometimes language gets away from us. We've all been there.
Yeah. Maybe that's what they intended. Maybe it's just a very situational ability. You know? That could be.
For sure.
That could be.
But I would say that unless that's the case, this is a little samey in a way that is not bad, but you could push a little bit.
Yeah, I almost feel like this would make more sense as a 14th level feature and having the 10th level be like an extra thing that we're twisting in.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Let's see. At 14th level, at this point, it's hard to tell you apart from the monsters you call masters. The size limit on buried increases by 1, and you can now apply your rage damage bonus time. Again, I'm gonna just say all this stuff should be dropped based on the changes I suggested making earlier. So I would just I would just get rid of all of that. When you cast additionally, you can cast Earthquake during your rage once per long rest. The spell lasts for your entire rage or until you choose to end it, requiring no verbal or material components. I would say the once per long rest thing at the end. Just say, once you use this feature, you can't do it again until you finish a long rest. But getting a once-a-day Earthquake is pretty cool. I like that. What does Earthquake do? I gotta forget.
Do you think that you should have to cast it when you rage, or do you think you should be able to hold it at till any point during your rage?
I think it makes sense for it to be tied to rage. The only thing that I would say, yeah, is you have to come up with the language around, because it is specifically a concentration spell, and rage very specifically says you can't concentrate on spells. So you're gonna need to figure out the language for that in making it so it functions.
I think the easiest thing to do would be you cast this whenever you rage. You effectively cast the Earthquake spell. Doing so in this way allows the spell's effects to last for your entire rage without concentration. Blah, 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 blah,
yeah,
blah.
Yeah. You can cast the spell Earthquake without requiring concentration. It lasts the duration of your rage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the base thing that it does is it's difficult terrain in the area, which is range 500 feet, 100-foot radius circle. So the other thing that you might want to do is
it's really big.
You might want to make it so that it's like centered on you or centered on something near to you, just because it feels weird to like rage and cause Earthquake 500 feet away as a barbarian. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But 100-foot radius I think is good. It's massive. Everything's difficult terrain. Everything gets knocked prone. You can create either fissures or...
I want to point something out. I'm sorry to interrupt. I think this is annoyingly complicated a spell to just make your capstone feature.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. I also think it's an 8th level spell and and you shouldn't be casting 8th level spells before full spellcasters can.
Barbarian capstone?
It's 14.
Oh yeah,
it's 14th level. Right. When do spellcasters get 8th level spells? Not till like...
It's either 14th or 15th. It's pretty close to this.
You sure?
No, I'm never sure about anything.
It's 16th. No, it's 15th.
Okay.
It's 15th.
15th?
Yeah,
okay.
But I don't know, man. Even then, I just feel like it's I don't know. I feel like if I were
casting a concentration spell with a 500-foot range that lasts a minute, that you're changing concentration, you're changing duration. I suggested you change range. There are a couple different options that are at play here. Maybe just pull the things you want out of Earthquake and give you that instead.
Yeah, that's what I would do too. Is just like pick the features that you like and maybe even change some features to better fit specifically the goal of what it feels like to be this barbarian becoming an Earthquake.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Let's give a little round of applause to our dear Will/Darez.
Was that also at the end there? Was that once per day, or was that every time you rage?
It was once per rage.
That's a lot of 8th level spell.
No, once per day. It was once per day.
Oh, okay. That's a reasonable amount of 8th level spell.
Hey, cool. Bildo, what's up, man? Yeah, no, it was... I don't know. I feel like Earthquake is not a very often picked spell because it's not crazy good and it's like a little bit tedious.
And also you have to have a really, really, really tight grip on your terrain, which is a thing that very few tables actively make.
Yeah, and also, yes, you do. And then also you have to like, I don't know, like how often are you in a situation where it even makes sense to have Like, how often are you going to need something that's a range of 500 feet, or like in a combat where having a 100-foot radius is like, you know, not just the whole map?
No, I mean, if you want to make a 100-foot radius around you difficult terrain and make everybody knocked prone whenever you rage, that's interesting, right? Especially if it is just the whole map, right? I think those are the bits that are not the most tedious. I think the 500-foot range is tedious, and I think the like fissures and structures have a capacity to become tedious very quickly.
For sure.
Yeah. Who we at? Waterloo?
This is Waterloo.
Hell of a battle.
I wouldn't know. It wasn't there.
I hear stories.
You should never believe the things you hear.
I don't, but you know.
Sounds like you might.
It's English, so I don't believe it intrinsically.
All right. I'm pretty new to homebrewing. This is one of my first projects. It's a set, but I'm only sharing because it's one that I'm concerned about the special attribute I gave. The project is basically a template for making a zombie dragon on a lore video I saw. I think I looked at this piece already. Let me just look. I feel like I looked at this on stream already. Yeah, I looked at this already, my guy. I looked at it last night. Boop. Go watch that. Go watch it on the stream last night.
Boom.
Draco Liches are a thing. That is correct. But they were trying to go for something a little different. Who said I wasn't around 200 years ago? Oh, they're new.
Yeah. They'll figure it out.
What was that in reference to?
Waterloo.
Oh.
Which I'm also pretty sure was more than 200 years ago.
It's okay. People are dumb at times.
Maybe not. 1823? No.
This is the Sparkling Chronicles.
All right.
Let's see what they have to share. Hello. I have been watching your reviews for some time now, but this is my first time submitting and also my first time at creating homebrew content. The idea was to make an Artificer subclass that deviates a bit from the mechanical and ultra-technological theme. Any advice is welcome, but I'm particularly interested in balance tips. English is not your native language, so suggestions on grammar are appreciated as well. I will say that we get a lot of folks that English is not their first language, and you'd be surprised how often you're better at grammar than the native speakers.
Yep.
So this is the patchwork. The patchwork. This is a lot of patches.
I am curious as to whether or not they sort of intrinsically nailed the true thing about Artificers in 5e, which is that they're a half wizard with a little guy.
Let me read the first paragraph of the flavor text. The Artificer who embarks on the path to become a... I would change your formatting so it's not doing the thing where it's stretching out words to fill the whole thing.
Is what that's called.
I mean, you should be justified, but you should.
I mean, yeah, truly.
Yeah. The Artificer who embarks on a path to become a patchwork worker chooses to distance himself completely from metals, machines. You're making stuff with animals. You're gluing monsters together. Got it. You get leatherworks tools. You get no spells. It looks like. Oh, these are all spells. Beast Bond, inflict wound, locate stuff, fly, life transference, polymorph, death ward, hold monster, negative energy flow. For a Frankenstein Artificer, I feel like this is a pretty solid spell list.
Yeah, fly is a little weird, but the rest of it's really good, and I can get to fly.
Yeah, I accept it.
Yeah.
Now here's the first issue. Look how much I have to scroll before I even see any. Look at this is too much. So this is what I'm gonna say. This is what I'm gonna say. If you want to make a guy, this is an Artificer with a little guy. You have a grotesque subject. That's your little guy. Now, there is another Artificer with a little guy. Are you familiar with it, Patrick?
Is it the one with the No, it's not the armorist. Is it the artillerist?
No, I mean, well, the artillerist has a little guy too, but I was thinking of the
cannon.
I was thinking of the battlesmith who has a little puppy dog.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah, yeah.
It has
yeah,
a steel defender.
yeah.
So the way that it works, so realistically, you probably have this text somewhere in your piece, essentially, which is the, like, this is how it works. Yes, you do. That's basically what this is. I'm not going to even worry about reading this because I'm going to assume that you wrote mostly the same thing. If you made it dramatically different, I apologize.
It looks pretty similar.
What I'm going to say, though, is you really can't... I strongly encourage against making your thing this multiplicital. This have this many options. There's too many options. If you want to make it so you're doing this based on animal type and you're splitting up beasts into different types, you basically have to figure out how to make these abilities as simplified as possible.
They should each be basically the length of beast land.
Yeah, they should
The
all
beasts are
be.
fine.
They should all
The
be
rest of them should
similar
be
to
high.
this length.
Yeah.
It's just too much. It's just too many things in too many directions, and I'm seeing a lot of pretty scattered numbers in terms of dice that are being thrown around here, and I feel like all of that should be sort of you gotta universalize it a little bit, because you want this thing to not be a mountain to read through. It also becomes much harder to balance the more wild options you put in there. Pick like 2 or 4 of those at most. Yeah, I mean, I think you could get away with doing one of every monster type if you could figure out how to simplify those into like very quick little things without like dramatically changing a lot, without too many dramatic differences.
I would also say that there's absolutely no reason why you need this full table right at level 3. And this could be a great way for you to provide expanding power level to your grotesque
That is
subject over time.
that is a great idea. You could maybe you pick some of the beast ones and then you pick some of the other ones, and that's a really good idea.
And like you put the aberration celestial and and elemental, and you push them off until 5th level or 9th level, or you break it up into you might get a couple of these at every level up. Every subclass feature, you might get a couple more of these.
Yeah.
Because you do get to change them on a long rest. So the intention is that it's pretty fluid.
Oh, I didn't even realize that because I skipped because there was too much writing.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the writing for this feature specifically for patchwork experimentation is not overly long. Another thing that you're doing in your layout here is that your font size, I think, is a little big, which doesn't help with the layout. But it's not overly long, but it does explicate, like, you pick one of these on a long rest, and your grotesque subject, this is basically just an extra feat that you put on your grotesque subject. You always have the one rotated on a long rest, which is pretty important, I think.
Yeah.
Because that's how it makes it different from the Steel Defender.
Okay, I see. I didn't even look at what the monster really did, but I guess we could.
At least the traits and stuff.
Yeah, wicked appearance. The first time, a creature that isn't your ally sees the grotesque subject, they have to make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC or become frightened until the end of your next turn. Why your next turn? Once a creature succeeds on the saving throw affected by the frightened condition this way, they become immune to this feature. This needs a range.
Yep.
It shouldn't just be infinite. And
I guess it's sight.
Yeah, but that's too big. That's too big.
It's too big.
Yeah. And it shouldn't be your turn. It should be their turn. Experimental. This trait only takes effect if the subject has been modified by the patchwork experimentation feature. Then this is replaced by the action, reaction, bonus action related to the transplant you chose, if it has any, as described in the transplant section of the patch. What the fuck is this trying to say? Why is this here? Is this feature literally this isn't a feature until you have a feature, and then this feature becomes that feature?
I think it is.
That's
which is not necessary.
Yeah, you just don't need this. This can just disappear. This is just here to confuse me. Get rid of it. You have your basic attack. It's fine. When an ally within 5 feet of the subject that it can see, this is not the way to write this here. We'll help you with that in a second. What is the subject? Is this the subject?
It's a grotesque subject, yeah.
Oh, I see.
It's your.
When an ally within 5 feet of the subject, when an ally that it. How do I want to word this? Let me read the whole thing first. When an ally within 5 feet of the subject that it can see receives damage from a melee attacker or another creature, the subject can use its reaction to close the distance. Okay, so this is the way you say this. When the subject sees an ally within 5 feet of it take damage, they can use their reaction to move, to move up to their movement speed towards the source of the damage and make a melee weapon attack against it. Right? Something like that?
Yep. I think that's a lot better. Move up to their movement speed. That's a tricky one, because if it's a melee attack, then theoretically it's no more than 10 foot. So is that necessary? But it's good form. You should just put it in to make sure.
Yeah. Also, I feel like, I'm not sure. Did you make its reaction attack different because you felt like this was too strong? This is noticeably stronger than most monster pets attacks, by the way.
I would say that you maybe want to nerf the rend a little bit, but I wouldn't give it a different melee attack for a reaction.
Yeah.
Because it's consuming its reaction. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I would make it do less. I would make it do less damage.
I would also say I don't really understand the reaction thematically. Like, I don't.
It's like, you attacked
really
my
know.
friend, I attack you. And that's,
Which
I think,
is
what they're
weird
going
for like a Frankenstein. Like, what about that is patchwork?
Yeah,
what about
I agree.
That is
I agree.
Monstrous.
It's more like, that's more like angry guy.
Yeah. Which I don't necessarily think makes a tremendous amount of sense. I would try to lean more into like limbs falling off, or some kind of artificial animation, or whatever, right? Like something that is a little bit more thematic than a thing that evokes more of the Sentinel feat for me.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not really going to read through all of these. I'm just going to give you the feedback that this is too many, and you should break them up at other levels potentially. And depending on how you distribute them and how many you give, that's going to dramatically impact how powerful this is, which you need to think about compared to what these other features are. At 5th level, you can forego your attack to basically let your monster make another attack as a reaction.
That's
I think it's fine.
Especially if you're getting some more of these patchwork experimentation options.
Yeah, it's basically just giving your monster extra attack instead of you.
Yeah, which I would say is, because it does consume the monster's reaction, I would say is a little weak, but if you're getting more patchwork options, I think it's fine.
Yeah. Necrotic Empowerment. At 9th level, your practical experiments with life and death have led you to an almost perfect understanding of the necrotic arcane energies. When either you or your grotesque subject hit a target with an attack, you can choose to spend a spell slot of 1st level or higher to empower it with necrotic magic, adding 2d8 necrotic damage. So it basically lets you smite. I think it's neat. I sort of wonder.
I kind of get it.
What'd you say?
I kind of get it. I feel like it's very thematically thin. It's not really adding a lot to the flavor of this thing, but what it is adding, I think, is adding in a way that that makes sense to me, right? Mm-hmm. Like when you hit somebody with your sword, you're also like poisoning them or like cutting out a kidney, right? Like you're doing some shady like body horror shit that is being represented by the 2d8 necrotic. I think it's okay.
Yeah, I think it makes sense with the direction that I think this is going in, which is like your monster is like brawling on your behalf.
Well, and also this is your attacks as well, not just the monsters.
Yeah. So. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I think it works. thinking back to the attack, I'd probably make it do 1d10 instead of 2d6. I think that's how I'd scale it down a little bit. But still make it a little bit stronger than the other pets that are out there. And then at 15th level, we get a couple things. Our base first level of this, our smite, our evil smite base goes up to 3d8. Our pet can now have 2 patchwork pieces instead of 1. And then whenever it uses backlash, it deals extra damage and knocks creatures back.
Yeah, my thought on this is I don't love the extra damage for necrotic empowerment. It's fine. It is what it is. I think you should get rid of backlash and replace it with something better, more thematic. So probably drop that bullet. And then 2 patchwork experimentation transplants. I don't know, Cinder. What do you think? Is that enough? It obviously depends on
if I were you, what I would probably do is I would probably have it so that you had a base set of patchwork powers that you got access to, and then at 15th level you unlocked a couple new ones that were like big showstoppery moves. You know, this is the one where it's like, oh, you get a dragon's throat, and now you can your guy can breathe fire once a day. You know, you get a beholder eye, and they get a beholder eye ray. You know what I mean? That's sort of where my head goes.
Maybe what it should be is that you break the table into how many? Just out of curiosity, let me do some math real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Forgive me. 11, 12, 13, 14,
I can
15,
forgive you.
16. There's 16. So that's an awkward number. I think what you should probably try to do, if you want my opinion on this, is do 4 patchwork experimentation options at 3rd level, 4 at 5th level, 4 at 9th level, and then you get 4 at 15th level, and the one that you pick at 15th level stacks on top of the other option that you have from your current set of 12. So in the end, you'll have 12 options that are all kind of mundane, sort of simple, nothing that's really breaking the bank, and then 4 options that are crazy, right? Like a full Dragon's Fire Breath or a full Aberration Laser Eye or something. And then you get one of the mundane ones and one of the crazy ones at 15th level, and that's how you satisfy the, quote, 2 options.
Yeah, that could work for sure. I like the idea a lot, though. I mean, it's I feel like it fits the Artificer, having a Frankenstein. I like the idea.
It's a cool idea. Yeah. It's pretty rare that an Artificer shows up in the wheel that, like, does what 5e Artificers do in an interesting and novel way. So I think it's good. I think you've hit on something.
Yeah. All right, let's give a round of applause to Sparklelight Chronicles.
The heck of a name, too.
It is. Pat, one of my favorite things these days is watching YouTube videos of people reviewing like reality TV shows from like the early 2000s. It's so much fun.
I bet.
I was watching this show. I was watching this guy talk about this show called It Takes a Thief, where it was a reality show where these 2 guys would like go around to people's houses and stuff and interview them, and then they'd like break into their house and like mess with their stuff. And the episode that I watched was them doing it at a frat house. It was so funny.
That's so funny. Hilarious. That's very good.
So stupid. So stupid. So stupid. So funny.
Man, we were so naive in the early aughts.
Yeah. Mr. Bean finally got his doctorate. Yes, that's true. This is my first time making homebrew D&D content that isn't minor changes to a magic item or a class. The homebrew race is for the homebrew D&D campaign I'm running. All right, let's take a look. It's a goat person. Pat, how do you feel about goat people?
I was a big fan of the Adventure Zone.
Are there goat people in the Adventure Zone?
In Taz Amnesty, yeah.
Where is there goat people?
Fucking, what's his name? Ryan Gosling?
I don't remember anything from that show other than I don't remember anything from that show.
It's in the.
I
understand.
I appreciated that it was good and I liked it, but
Yeah.
very few details of that show stuck in my brain.
Yeah,
They kind of mushed together. That is a thing I will say about all of the Mabim Bam D&D
they just
shows.
all sort of become a meme for sure.
They don't. They very rarely do I like remember any of the characters' names afterwards.
Yeah, I accept that.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if I can remember anyone's name from any Mabim Bam show. Any character's name. Taco. It's the only one I can remember.
Taco's pretty good. Magnus Burnsides.
I don't remember. I don't know who that is.
All right.
I know that's one of Clint's characters. That's my guess. Am I right?
No, that one's one of Travis's.
Really? That sounds like a Clint character name. I could imagine him saying, "I'm Magnus Burnside."
Yeah, I can't remember what his name was in the thing. He and Justin picked stock character names from the published adventure from Lost Mines of Phandelver, if I remember correctly.
Okay. NZ said the pizza was not nice, not enough cheese. Oh, that's too bad.
Was
man.
nice, though not enough cheese.
Oh, the pizza was nice, not enough cheese. Oh, I see. Oh, I'm glad it was still nice.
Yeah.
I want to eat pizza right now. I don't have any, though. Life is so hard. This is the Sten block. Years ago, when the world was new, a herd of goat came into contact with a Terran reality, leading to a place beyond space and time. This morphed the goats into intelligent creatures with minds of their own. This event even gave them their famous psionic powers. That's funny. The phrasing of this implies that it's like everyone knows they have psionic powers, and you're like, oh, this is where they came from. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a little bit like, oh, by the way, this is where those powers came from. It's like, oh, I didn't know they had powers. All right. They coexisted with humans and other creatures, but preferred to do things on their own. But recently, due to recent, don't do that. Just say, get rid of that recent. Recently, due to stigmatization and myth that they were demonic in origin, it caused many misguided religious organizations, paladins, and even clerics to confuse them for this sentence being too long. This sentence ended early because I felt like it was too long. I think that you got it. This is all one sentence. This is crazy. This is too long. I also probably would just drop the stigmatization thing. It's like, you don't need that. Who cares? I guess you could make it that if you want to. I always feel weird about being like, oh, if you pick this, that means you are an oppressed person. You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like you can decide what you can do with your own game in that direction. Let's dive into what this thing gets.
Oh yeah.
Alignments, whatever. Appearances, goat person. This is all everything. This is all whatever. You are humanoid. You're medium, although you're a shorty. You're a shorty. You have a 30. Careful there, Patrick. You have a 30-foot walk speed, and then you have a 30-foot climb speed. You can speak, read, and write primordial. You have a horn and hoof. On your turn, you can take an attack using your horns to do 1d4 plus strength. You treat difficult terrain as... Patrick, what the... Patrick, what the fuck are you doing? You just, like, made such loud noise. Are you there?
Shit, yeah, that's weird.
Scared the shit out of me.
That's wild.
Did you notice that you were making a crazy loud explosion noise?
No. That's very fucking strange. My laptop must be doing something weird. Sorry about that.
It's okay. It scared the shit out of me. All right. Don't do that again. You could rephrase this. There's already like people that have like horns and stuff in D&D. Just copy the language of it. You don't need to clarify that it's on your turn. I also would probably make you treating difficult terrain as normal terrain a different feature. I also would make it non-magical difficult terrain, not all difficult terrain. I would also probably actually even make it difficult terrain that is created from like uneven earth and rocks. Like specify it to that. I wouldn't, because I feel like there's some difficult terrain that it wouldn't make sense for you to be good through, you know? And then we have basic psionics. We're telepathic. We get Tensor's floating disc and detect thoughts. And we have another thing. We're dancing with too many things now. They can use their psychic third eye. When your third eye is open, you gain the following benefits. Advantage on saving throws, being charmed, 60-foot dark vision, advantage on perception, investigation, insight checks. I think if I were you, I feel like you need to figure out how you want to express psionics in this character and pick a lane. I think that you could do basic psionics. I think you could do something like Third Eye if it was limited in use. Like, you can use this feature to activate it and it stays on for 1 minute. And you can use it once a day. Or 10 minutes and you can use it once a day. But I think that having both of them is too much. Both of this is too much. That's my thought. Because there are a lot of things in D&D that essentially get this, just basic psionics, and like that's what they get. Basics, like everything above this, like this feels like a normal amount of powers for a monster to get. When we're dancing with down here, we're getting too strong. But I like this idea. I just think having it being able to be on all the time is way too strong. And I think having it on top of these other things is a little too strong. I would actually pick the Third Eye over the basic psionics because I think it's more interesting. What do you think, chat? They need to specify what action it takes to open the Third Eye. Oh, they do. I didn't even notice that. Good point. Yeah, is it an action? Is it a bonus action? How long does it last? How many times per day can you do it? All of that stuff matters quite a bit. Somebody said it was thunder. Yeah, it does feel like an alternative satyr. I think it's fine. I mean, it sounds like it's for your home game, so you're doing like psychic goat. I would say if you were like, I want to put this out in the public, I would say I need to understand the connection between psychic and goat more, because it feels a little bit just sort of like spaghetti thrown at the wall. But I think it could work.
I'm wondering if this is somehow a very convoluted "The Men Who Stare at Goats" reference.
Do you think so?
I don't know, but it's the only psychic goat thing that I could think of off the top of my head.
Yeah. Did you? I read a book about that, or I saw a documentary about that. They made a movie, but I learned about some of the not movie stuff.
I mean, it was like a real thing.
I know it was a real thing.
But,
I know. I'm saying like a while ago, I watched like a pretty in-depth documentary about the real thing that the movie was based off of.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some fucking crazy people. Yeah, I think it's a neat idea. I would probably drop the psychic part, this basic psionics, and keep Third Eye, and make it limited in use. Give it actions. Literally psychic goat. Have you thought of Satan? Is Satan psychic? I always felt like Satan was more
just kind of
magic. Yeah, it was more magic.
Yeah,
that's just me.
I mean, psychic doesn't really exist, so who's to say if that's distinct from magic?
This is true. Let's give it up for Dr. Bean.
Dr. Bean. Thank you, Dr. Bean.
Hail Satan. Hail Satan, right, Pat?
Do we have to?
Hail.
I mean,
Pat,
not
right?
oppose. Yeah,
Hail Satan.
I guess so.
All right, I'm going to tell people you hail Satan.
All right.
One of my favorite.
Anything else, you know?
One of my favorite podcasts. The way that they sign off every night of every show is one guy goes Hail Satan, and then the other guy goes Hail Geen, and then the last guy goes Hail me. It's a great podcast.
That's specific. All right. What podcast is it?
It's called Last Podcast on the Left.
Man, Last Podcast on the Left. How did I know? That's fantastic.
It's like one of the only podcasts I really listen to. The Royal Bunny. This is a monk sub. Yes.
But before you jump in, we have somebody in the chat saying, "Where can I send my homebrew?" The homebrew for tonight is closed, but the link to send it in should be in the description. Yeah.
No, because we're not, because I won't be doing another homebrew review because I'm taking a week off. So
that's right. So
if you want to submit homebrew, keep an eye out on my community tab in the YouTube, or go join my Discord, and I will be posting the next submission link there. But I'm taking a week off after tonight. Tonight I'm running my last stream for a week, so I'm not posting a new form yet. I'll post it at some point though. NZ says, I heard Psychic Goat so much now. I want a Drane,
The Draenei.
Draenei race. What are Draenei?
Yeah.
Are they goat
Draenei
people?
are kind of goat people. They're like they're alien satyrs from World of Warcraft, and in that way that World of
They look like
Warcraft
tieflings.
kind of, yeah. In that way that World of Warcraft is kind of surprisingly a little racist all the time. They're like based after the extremely stereotype, like Romani aesthetic. Yeah. So it's a lot of like soothsaying and fortune telling vibes.
They're just tieflings.
Pretty much.
They're tieflings with hooves.
And like accordion music in the background.
Every single one that's a woman is in a bikini or has her butt showing.
Crap!
All the guys are wearing so much armor, they kind of are shaped like shapes more like than people.
Mm-hmm.
And all the women are mostly just what's going on?
Yep.
What's going on, Warcraft? All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at Royal Bunny. They have a monk subclass for us. They made it to fill the role of a tank.
Oh.
Now, what I will say to you is what I say because to everyone, and it's also what Patrick says to everyone. It's probably more what Patrick says, and I've just adopted it. Is the mechanical role you want it to fill is important, but it really is going to work or not work depending on how evocative the roleplay flavor side of that is and how it interweaves with the mechanics. So right now we call it's the way of the seedling. I'm colorblind, so I'm gonna if we see something red, tell me to skip it. I guess I can tell that this is red. All right.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not a lot, and I feel like it should be lighter.
Someone said too much AC. Is this adding to your AC? Yeah, too much AC. I can tell that already. All right, monk subclass, way of the seedling. Everything marked in red is flavor, so you can skip it if you want. I'm gonna be honest. I know that's not the flavor text, but that kind of is great flavor text.
It is.
Verdant semblance. Starting at 3rd level, when you choose this subclass, your body naturally adapts and resembles plant life surrounding you. You gain the following benefits. You get an AC bonus equal to your proficiency bonus. That doesn't work. That is simply just not going to work in your D&D game. AC is not something that you can give a crazy constant bonus to. It's not vibe. It goes against sort of like it goes against like the bounded accuracy system to a certain extent.
Yeah.
And then other than that, I would also argue that just a passive your AC is always better sort of starts to sit in that realm of your subclass is just class but better, which is not what you want to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there could be something to Cinder. You often say a great way to introduce the 3rd level feature for a monk is to bolster what they already have access to.
Mm-hmm.
So you could do something like whenever you use Step of the Wind, you gain, or rather, whenever you use Patient Defense, you gain a bonus to your AC equal to half of your proficiency bonus rounded down.
Oh
right?
yeah, that could work.
And it's like now you're tying it to action economy, you're tying it to limited resource, you're finding an evocative way to work in the bark skin thing that you're trying to sell, and you're tightening up the mechanics all kind of at once.
Yeah, that's a very good idea. You have advantage on saving throws against and ability checks to resist being knocked prone or moved against your will. I think that's kind of fine. Going off of what Pat says, I also feel like all of these probably should be tied to monk things. I guess that one could kind of be its own thing, but
I feel like hardened skin and firmly rooted are Patient Defense and Step of the Wind connected in a way that I really like. And then Speech of Leaf is just straight up a ribbon feature. Pull that out, make that its own thing. It's free, it's cheap, it's easy, everybody's happy. And then give us a third thing. Right?
Yeah.
You're nerfing the universality of hardened skin and firmly rooted. So if you give us a third thing that procs off of, for example, Flurry of Blows, now you've got a neat little trifecta going, and you're buffing kind of everything.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, this is basically, it's Sylvan plus the Furbolg ability, which I think is called Speech of Beast-and-Leaf, or maybe that's the Gnome ability.
I think that's the Gnome ability, though they might both have it.
It might just be the same thing. They both,
similar.
Yeah.
Similar.
If you were gonna do another one, you'd tie it to Flurry of Blows, I think, and I think it could be something as simple as like, you could have it so like some element of like, almost like moving creatures around, like you're turning into like vine arms, you could be pulling or pushing creatures, or it could be, I don't know. I would avoid making it something too similar to what the open hand monk gets. If you want to lead into plant stuff, you could also maybe you could add a little poison damage,
that's fun.
or something like that, where you're like getting like thorny poison fists. I don't know, something like that. We get something else at 3rd level. Let's see what it is. Also at 3rd level, when you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, you can cause lively spores, which are naturally attracted to you, to stick to the creature until the end of your next turn.
Yeah, okay.
This ends early if you are incapacitated or you die. For that duration, the creature makes duration, whenever the creature makes an attack against a target other than you, it must roll your martial arts die and reduce their attack roll and damage roll for the attack by the result. So this is the feature you want to tie to Flurry of Blows.
I was going to say, first of all, this should just be part of Flurry of Blows, because that is the less always on version.
Yeah. I have a couple thoughts. Do you want to share initially? There's a couple like basic things, like there should be a saving throw on this almost certainly, especially if you want to keep it this powerful. It has to be limited in use. I guess having it tied to key points could be, but even then, I think it should be like once a turn thing. I don't think it should be. Well,
Flurry of Blows is already once a turn, so if you tie it.
No, but I don't think you should be able to do this with 2 creatures. I think you should be able to, it should be like when you one of the creatures you hit.
Got it. Yeah, you can split Flurry. That's a fair point. Yeah, I agree with that. It is interesting that we are opening up this idea of you're tanking, right? And I think they said something like that in the description that they left in the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I worry that if you nerf the other things in the way that we've recommended, because you're not just a tankier monk, it's bonuses to the defensive things that monks already get access to. Like you can't use, if you put Hardened Skin behind Patient Defense, you can't use Hardened Skin and Diverting Spores on the same turn.
Yeah.
And so you're going to be proccing a bunch of attacks at you that.
This is what I think it is.
Yeah.
Diverting Spores is strong enough that I think you need to drop most of Verdant Semblance.
But then you're a monk. You're not really meant to take hits. So if you don't have any of the other stuff that you get from Verdant Semblance, you're just going to be killing yourself.
I mean, then you're going to need to figure out how to either eat into your own action economy or something like that, because it it's just like House you saw, like, you know what I mean? Like it's sort of like the issue is like, it's like you're trying to solve a problem that you're creating for yourself.
Yeah, 100%. You've created a loop that, you're trying to make the monk pull aggro when the monk isn't built to pull aggro stock.
Yeah, so you're it's like there's too many leaks in the ship. Like these features, like especially Hardened Skin, the other one's not so much, but Hardened Skin is like the way you're trying to get around the monk not being tanky so that it can work well with Diverting Spores. But the problem is Diverting Spores is strong, in my opinion, to the point where it should almost be its own feature. Like this feels as strong, if not stronger, than the Ancestral Guardians feature, for example.
So, Cinder, how about?
And that's the only thing that Barbarian gets.
Yeah, that's true. Does the poison condition, and I'm looking this up now, does the poison condition give you disadvantage on attack rolls.
It does, but the poisoned condition is also largely what the Way of Mercy monk is about.
True. Because my thought was you could tweak this and get around the problem, because being a tank doesn't just mean you're taking hits. Being a tank means you're shutting down incoming damage, right? So if you were to poison with these spores, then you're not taking the damage because it's disadvantage on the attack. So they're missing you and everyone else. And that is probably fine, right? And then you could theoretically, if you leave it on unarmed strike and limit how often you're allowed to use this, then you can theoretically keep your bonus action open to do something like patient defense, right? So you're really nerfing them against you, and then you're nerfing them against everybody else. And that maybe tightens it up, but again, you're right. The Way of Mercy monk already has something like that. So are you doing anything fundamentally different?
I think if you really like this feature, you're gonna need to significantly cut down the rest of this, and it's just gonna be like, yeah, it's gonna be, because the other thing is they're like you don't need to stay next to the guy. You just hit, this could be a hit or run thing. I would also say that I feel like the damage reduction, I feel like I would not drop the damage reduction part. I would just drop the attack roll part. I mean, I would just have it reduce attack roll, not attack roll and damage. And I guess a roll of your martial arts. I feel like it has to be less than a roll of your martial arts die, if I'm being honest. Or it's like a pretty strong, it's like, 'cause one of the things that I talk about, it's like, we've talked about this, like Bane is just as strong at level 20 as it is at level 1, Making a creature minus 1d4 from their attack is really strong at any level, because you and your monsters are both sort of scaling as you're playing the game,
Yeah.
Getting that extra +1 or that extra +2 or that -+1 or that -+2 is huge. So this would need to be really limited in use. Like, I think this is too strong for you to be able to use this even for a key point, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe putting it behind a saving throw would be enough to balance that out, but I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I see what they're going for, and it's an interesting problem. You're trying to make a class that is just fundamentally not designed to tank, and I think you can, but I don't think you quite thread that needle here, because you really can't just buff the stuff that makes them not a good tank. If you want to make a class fill a role that it's not traditionally meant to fill, you have to think very laterally to how they can step into that role by leveraging what they already have access to and conservative buffs, situational buffs. You can't just say, oh, this monk uses a D10 or a D12 for their hit die, right? Like, that's not really a mechanism that you have access to here.
At 6th level, you can spend a key point to gain temporary hit points equal to your monk movement speed bonus.
It's an interesting number.
And while you have these hit points, you can't benefit from that feature. What feature? Unarmored movement? Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Additionally, while you have these temp hit points, whenever a creature within 5 feet of you takes damage, you can use your reaction to cause them to shield the creature. The damage that the creature would take is reduced by an amount equal to the number of temporary hit points you have, and you lose those temporary hit points. I think...
Can I pitch you on something weird?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so we take this, we tweak it slightly to say that at the start of your turn, before you have used any movement, you can choose to gain a number of temporary hit points equal to the movement bonus granted by your unarmored movement feature. You then lose that movement bonus until the start of your next turn. You do this all, no action required, and that's your 3rd level feature.
Oh. So to make this the 3rd level feature, basically? Yeah,
Yep.
Something like that could work.
And that gives you the tankier bits that you need so that you can move something like diverting spores up to 6th level and put it on flurry of blows and behind a saving throw, so that now you're able to soak some of the incoming damage that you're creating from diverting spores.
Yeah, that makes sense. I agree with that. Yeah. How do you
And
feel about?
I don't think Shielding Lichen breaks the bank if done in that way.
No, I like it. Would you want to give the additional you can eat other people's damage at 3rd level also? Or would you want that to be something that came in at 6th or at 11th or something?
Maybe later, because I feel like that 3rd level is elegant in a way that is like you're not pushing the power level.
Yeah.
I think you'd start to with this extra thing. But honestly, I don't even know that you need this extra thing. Like, I don't dislike it. Maybe you could bring it in later. You could figure out kind of where it fits. But I think that you've got something really elegant in this trade-off between movement speed and temp HP that speaks to exactly what we were just wrestling with, which is like, what can a monk do to make itself better at being a monk or at being a tank? And I think that's a cool way to do that.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think spamming it is a huge deal because temporary hit points don't stack.
Right. So you're getting. I mean, I don't have monk up in front of me, but I can get it. But you're getting 10 temp HP every turn, and that's your 3rd level feature, right? Like that's. And you're also sacrificing move speed, which is very important for monks in order to be able to do it. And it doesn't scale up until 6th level, where it becomes 15. So I don't think you're ever breaking the bank with that.
I might, Butt Poncho, I think, is worried about it with multi-classing and using this with, like, plate armor. Or maybe they're talking about something else. I feel like, I don't think I've seen it in the world, though. Maybe
yeah, I mean, you're dipping 3 levels into monk for 10.
Oh, I think maybe they were talking about something earlier. Maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, let's look at the 11th level feature.
Yeah.
Thriving Arbor. At 11th level, you can use your action to expend 3 key points to create a grove of thriving plant life, which protects your allies. Choose a point within 60 feet of you. A grove is created. I wouldn't say is created. I would say a grove sprouts. This is one of the things where you say something is something, and the something is a verb. You can just figure out a different verb to use and get rid of the word is. A grove sprouts in a 10-foot radius, 20-foot high cylinder centered on that point. Maybe make it a point on the ground they can see, not just a point they can see. It remains for 10 minutes until you are incapacitated or die, or until you use your action to end it early. Creatures of your choice within the grove gain the following benefits. They have cover. They can use their action to pick and eat fruit from the grove, causing them to regain a number of hit points equal to a roll of your martial arts die. I would probably make this a temp hit point thing, not a hit point thing. You can use your reaction from your shield lichen feature on any creature within the grove, even if they are not within 5 feet of you. I like that a lot. I think the fruits, I probably would drop the fruit part. I think the half cover and you being able to use your shield lichen is pretty strong, and especially if it's like it's good. I think it's good as it is. I don't think you need the fruit thing. I would drop that. But the rest of it I like. I think it's solid.
Yeah, and honestly, this could be where that reaction comes in, and then you don't need to worry about the 5 foot versus the whole grove difference at any point. If this is where the reaction comes in, then this is just where the reaction comes in. That's just a thing that always works within the grove.
And then we also get one with nature, as we can also use our action to spend 4 key points to cast either Tree Stride or Transport via plants. I probably would not do this here. Like, this is really strong. Like, I think you got to pick and choose your battles, and I think that these are like 2 really fucking strong spells. I probably wouldn't do this here. Yeah, I'd probably just get rid of this if I were you. Or, like, if this is really important, figure out how to integrate it into the 17th level, or get rid of Thriving Arbor to give you more movement. It also, I'm going to be honest, it also sort of goes against, I think, what your goal is here. This is not contributing to you being a tanky nature monk. So I think that it's more reasonable for it to go. You're a florist? That's cool. Let's look at Arboreal Ensnarement. At 17th level, your mastery over flora has become unmatched. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, you can expend 5 key points to cause a tree to sprout from the ground in the target space, attempting to engulf them. You have to make a dex save. On a successful save, they take a bunch of damage, and they're shunted to the nearest unoccupied space. On a failed save, they are imprisoned inside the tree. They become petrified. The target is freed if the tree is destroyed. It can repeat the saving throw every 24 hours, freeing itself on a success. I really like this feature. It should be a once-a-day thing, I think. Or it should be more than 5 key points. But I really like it.
It's cool. Yeah, I actually think it's nice. And I was thinking, like, it doesn't feel tanky, but it doesn't feel tanky in a way that's like, if it was super tanky, we'd be 2-1 now. This is a good sort of flourish at the end that's tying a few disparate ideas together in a nice way.
Yeah, and it's very flavorful, you know? Like, the idea of entombing someone in a tree is pretty cool. I like it a lot. Does Open Hand Monk have once per long rest as well? I don't know. We can check.
Open Hand Monk is one target at a time because it's the vibration stuff. So I don't know if it's once per long rest, but if you cast it on a second person, it cancels on the first.
Yeah. So there needs to be some sort of limit on it, I think, but maybe not once per day. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. It's definitely, yeah, the early stuff needs the most work. I think the later stuff works pretty nicely.
Yeah, we get there in the end.
All right, cool. That was a pretty fun little piece.
I will say, a monk that is different from other monks. I appreciate this.
All right, that was the Royal Bunny. Yeah, I do want to point out, though, that I think the things that I think work the best are all things that don't have anything to do with you being a tank, now that I'm realizing it.
Yep. I mean, I will say I really like the temp HP for movement speed thing. I think that's a really cool mechanic.
I think it's a cool mechanic, too.
But yeah, but I take your point that, like, the best stuff on that page was not necessarily the tank stuff.
Your feature worked pretty well, you think?
That's ominous without context.
Zealous.
Ooh, a zealous.
What do you think it's going to be?
Something zelly.
They are redesigning the assassin for rogues.
The plot
They
thickens.
changed quite a bit, so they think it still counts. They're leaning heavily into the poisoner archetype. You have the ability to add extra poison. Okay, we're not going to worry about what it does. We're going to look at what it does. Let's take a look. I don't know, Sponge. Okay, so this is they're trying to do the assassin rogue, but they want it to be different. So you get a poison save DC that's based on your intelligence modifier. You also get a thing where when you are in the disguise kit, you can't roll lower than an 8 on your on attempts to conceal your identity. And then at 6th level, you get expertise in either disguise kit or poisoner's kit. This is a way that they're trying to squeeze in an extra feature.
Yeah.
Let's look what we get at 3rd level. Other than that, you have advantage on initiative rolls. You have advantage on attack rolls against any creature that hasn't taken a turn yet in combat. You can roll sneak attack damage against poison creatures, even if you don't have the sneak attack. You can roll sneak attack damage against the target a creature. When you roll sneak attack against the target creature, you can cause it to be poisoned for a minute. At the end of each of its turns, the creature can make a con saving throw against your poison, ending the effect on a success and taking 1d6 poison damage on a failure.
Am I drinking crazy juice, or is this a lot at 3rd level?
You're not drinking crazy juice. Do you know why it's a lot? I know exactly why it's a lot.
Because it's like 5 features.
No. But why is it 5 features? Why do we have Why did they give them these 5 features? What is the reasoning?
they're trying to jam in the poison stuff on top of what the assassin kind of already does. Yeah.
The assassin, yeah, exactly. The assassin rogue is all about hitting fast and hitting first.
Mm-hmm.
This is not an assassin rogue. This is a poison rogue. So if I were you, I would drop advantage on initiative, and I would drop advantage on attack rolls against creatures that haven't taken their turn yet in combat. We're already getting extra sneak attack on a poisoned creature. That's enough. So these first 2 bullets, they got to just go. Period. The second thing I'm going to say is I think that I don't know if your sneak attack being able to poison a creature is the move here. I feel like that's definitely a way to do it, but I feel like we could probably make it a little bit more fun and exciting. For example, Pat, how would you feel about this?
Mm-hmm.
What if proficiency bonus times per day, or whatever, some number of times per day,
sure,
when you hit a creature with sneak attack, you can have the sneak attack damage be poison damage instead of regular damage, and you can use D8s instead of D6s. It's going to be a lot stronger sometimes, and it's going to be a lot weaker other times.
When is it weaker?
Poison is the most commonly resisted and immune damage in D&D.
Got it. Fair.
By a large factor. So it will specifically work very well against more normal people targets.
I appreciate that, and I think that's interesting. And Lord, if I ever ran that in my games, it would be a big problem because all of my enemies are just people.
That's true.
But I wonder, what is the? I'm kind of getting bound up in something that I often get bound up in with these sorts of things, which is like, what is the fiction? And if the fiction is you're building a poisoner, assassins don't. The assassin as it exists is I get in, I hit fast, I kill quick, and I get out. And that's a fiction. That's a way to interpret an assassin. The poison route, I would say, you almost want subterfuge, right?
Yeah.
I don't want a quick shot poison attack that is just the 5e assassin plus poison. I want to be able to use sneak attack.
What about this? What about this?
I'm nowhere near.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what if you could? What if you drop this whole? What if you drop most of this, and instead, over the course of a long rest, you can create a number of vials of poison equal to your proficiency bonus, and they deal a number of damage equal to your sneak attack. And you could have it specifically like you could even have language where it's like you can put them in food or drink or you know what I mean, like some element of like you create poison that does a lot more damage because it is based on your sneak attack, so it scales up, you know?
Yep. I think that's much more interesting to me because you're not just doing the 5e assassin but better. You're doing something fundamentally different.
Mm-hmm. And it is fun, and it is dementally, and it is different.
That's all of these things are true.
If you don't want to go that route, and you really are keen on it's like I have a poison dagger, and that is the fiction, though, you still I think drop these first two. But I like the idea. I agree with you, Pat. I think that it is always good to try to come at it from a direction of like what is the fiction. Let's look at 9th level. Specialized poisons. Starting at 9th level, you know how to tailor your poisons to further debilitate your foes when a creature is subject to the poison condition. I'm going to be honest, we could literally just make it so this feature gets applied on top of the potions that you make or whatever. Yep. But let's see what they are. They have disadvantage on all saving throws with one ability of your choice. Poisoned creatures, I think, have advantage on saving throws anyway. No, is it ability checks?
It's ability checks and attack rolls.
Okay,
so
ignore me. Okay,
throws.
ignore me. The creature's AC is reduced by 3. Its movement speed becomes 10. I would probably change this. AC is not based on the speed of a creature unless it is. So I probably would make it more like the slowed, where it affects their dexterity and their speed as opposed to their AC and their speed, because it will often end up affecting their AC also. Like having their dex go down by 2 and their movement speed go down, I think would probably be a little bit better way to do it. Susceptible. The creature gains vulnerability to your choice of a type of damage. If it has resistance to that damage type, the damage becomes... I don't love this feature. I think that if you're going to give something vulnerability or you're going to take away a resistance or an immunity, that has to be limited because it's much more powerful in a way that doesn't really compare to these other ones.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I honestly feel like there are better ways to do, like, susceptible, right? Yeah. Like, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure what I would do in this situation to try to try to make this work, but I don't feel like this is a thing that I've seen. I have seen people struggle with this for what I feel are more evocative, more important reasons within a subclass. I feel like this is the kind of thing where it's like, this is a clunky thing. It's always a clunky thing every time somebody tries to do it. And it's not doing you a lot of favors here in a way that I feel like, oh, you need to figure this out in order for the subclass to work.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not super... Yeah, I feel like somebody in the chat said this does a lot. I agree. I think that it's I think you can have a subclass do a lot, but all of these features are... They're strong, and each one of them is strong enough on their own that it almost makes it hard to justify being able to have such variety. So every assassin is a poisoner specialist. Well, I think they should obviously, I don't think so. I think that they said specifically they were going in like the poisoner route of the assassin. I think they only kept the name because they felt like they were making a update of the assassin, but really they should just make this a new subclass and they should just call it the poison baby.
Poison baby.
You can't spell assassin without a bunch of ass.
At least one, probably two. Usually two.
You can be a rogue who is a poisoner independent of your subclass. That's your opinion. That's my opinion. That's your opinion. It's our opinion. I don't know if it's my opinion. I think you could be a poisoner regardless of subclass if you just take the poisoner kit. But I also think there's a good story to be told for the poisoner rogue. I think though it has to lean more into the fiction of what is it to be a rogue where their skill is less so they hide in the shadow and climb a wall and sneak up on you. Their skill is sitting in a room mixing chemicals and figuring out how to dispense those chemicals, Venom Mastery. Starting at 13th level, your experience with poison has taught you how to counter enemies' natural resiliences. When a creature fails a saving throw against your poison, it loses the immunity to poison. All right, I'm okay with this to a certain extent. I don't think it should lose its immunity forever, but maybe you can affect creatures that normally wouldn't be able to be affected by poison. Maybe. Or maybe the other way that I would change this is if you do go in the route of you are making poisons, I would say that maybe you, at this level, you learn how to make a poison that does something different in a way that it overcomes poison immunities, resistances. And it could be as simple as it now does necrotic damage instead of poison damage or something like that. The effects of specialized poison now last until a successful medicine check to end them. I'm going to be honest. I don't think you should do this, because I feel like most of this is a little bit too much anyway. So I wouldn't improve it. I wouldn't make it get better here. And then at 17th level, you can add double your proficiency bonus to attack rolls made during the first round of combat. Again, you just want to get rid of that entirely. When you make an attack roll that exceeds the target's AC by 10 or more, you can score a critical hit. I would get rid of that entirely. These are all things because you're trying to make this fit into the assassin. This shouldn't be an assassin. It should just be a poison guy. When you score a critical hit against the creature, has to make a con saving throw. Yeah, I would completely rebuild the 17th level feature to make it fit the poisoner. This is just the assassin's 17th level, but better. I would just make a poisoner 17th level feature. Maybe you can make some really crazy super poison. Maybe maybe you gain like a quick poison thing where it's like in the middle of combat you can quickly mix some chemicals to have the thing you need. Maybe you are always prepared. Every time you deal sneak attack damage now, they take some extra poison damage or have a chance to have some poison effect happen. That could be a 17th level feature. Something like that. Maybe you could tie it to the poisons you make. When you make your poison vials, you can choose to have one of them do even more, like one of your poison vials that you make each day, instead of adding your sneak attack damage die, it adds double your sneak attack damage die or something. That's really, really strong, but it could be balanced depending on how limited you make the ability to use like little poison vials. Like if they're hard to get into somebody, kind of makes sense. But yeah, those are the things that I think.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think that it's one of those things that I feel like we come up against a lot when we're looking at homebrew, which is people trying to like fix subclasses. And as soon as you're trying to fix the subclass, you're sort of entering a narrative that is like it's worth fixing, as opposed to should I just make something new? And while I agree that the core idea of the assassin could use some work if you want to keep it that, to speak to Pat's point, like the thing you're making wasn't an assassin rogue. It was just its own thing. It should just be its own thing.
Yeah.
Zellist, thank you for sharing. Great round of applause. Aichi mama. Patrick.
Mm-hmm.
What's the next monster we're gonna fight in D&D?
Oh goodness, what is the next monster we're gonna fight in D&D? Probably regret.
No, monster.
Okay. What about a little guy? I think it might genuinely be a little guy.
Is he a human?
No.
Is he a monster?
Eh.
Is what do you mean? Well, that's the only types of things there are in D&D.
All right, then yes.
All right, I accept. Is he scary?
Probably not.
Is he gonna make a weird noise?
Yeah, probably.
Is he gonna be this guy's first homebrew creature?
Maybe. Except no, because we can't legally.
What is it called?
We can't legally.
Does its name start with a C?
I haven't named it yet.
If this is a little guy, oh, you're lucky, Pat, but this person's not.
Oh, we're about to commit copyright infringement.
You're lucky, Pat, but this guy is not. Who are you?
No.
Scotty.
No.
In the words of that movie, that where Matt Damon sang the song, Scotty doesn't know that. Hey, you remember that song? Scotty does it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Do you actually know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Chat, do you know what I'm talking about? Do you guys
Very
know this?
popular song. Or are you talking about the movie specifically?
I'm talking about this.
Hey, listen up, everybody.
Oh, there we go.
Scotty doesn't know that Fiona and me do it in my van every Sunday.
Do you guys know that?
All right.
That was what it was. Did you know that, Patrick?
Yeah, I did.
Anyway, Scotty didn't know that you need to make your piece publicly available, or I can't click it.
Yeah, it's big deal.
Euro Trip, not a good movie. Tico, I looked at your piece last night. I wonder if it's the same piece.
Might be.
Let's see. I realize that some things, in my opinion, should be changed. But before I do, I would like your feedback. The idea is a fighter subclass with the access to spells with more utility and a slight nerf in using stronger combat spells while still improving fighter. I think I looked at this already. I did. My feedback is still the same. This has a million too much. But I also feel like, I don't remember exactly what I said, but yeah, we're not going to look at it again. Boop! We looked at it the other night. Tico. Oh yeah, we're finishing this wheel tonight, Alejandro, for sure. No. There's no way in hell, but a lot of these people got reviewed in the past because they sent the same thing to the homebrew. I do have a member wheel every Thursday night, so if you are a member on YouTube or you are on Patreon, you can submit the stuff there. And I get through that wheel a lot, and I did that whole wheel last night, but that wheel is usually like 30 people. And a lot of people posted their stuff there too. I'm submitting this piece. You took some advice and reworked the class, moving more opposing divine creatures and their followers. I wonder. I feel like I looked at this piece too. I think I looked at this already. You remember this one? All right. Then we're not looking at it again. We looked at it the other night. Man, we're flinging through them. They changed some stuff. Did they change a lot of stuff or a little stuff?
I was gonna say some stuff is I feel like, what was it, 70% is the amount?
I feel I should take the number out because I actually think I should just say I'm not gonna look at a piece twice because it's too fine liney. I don't like it.
Yeah.
So I think I'm just gonna start saying I'm not gonna look at a piece twice. Because I don't want to do this thing that I'm doing right now. Where I'm,
literally right
looking
now.
for it. You gain the ability to innately sense divine energies. As an action, you can detect divine energies within 60 feet of you. Can detect celestials or other forms of divine energies, even through full color. Blah, 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 blah. It can also detect if you are being targeted by a divination spell. When you're the target in the range of the divination spell, you can expend the use of the ability to make an opposed spell check against the diviner. If you succeed the roll, you can detect the divine origin. You have the word divine way too much in here. Whenever you hit a creature with an attack, you can choose to make them your divine quarry. While the creature is your quarry, they take additional force damage from your weapon attacks, which only trigger once each turn. It increases to 1d8 at 11th level. They stay your divine quarry until you choose to designate a new one. When you have a divine quarry, you can always track them and gain bonuses of favored enemies against them, even if they are not of the correct type. Why is this? This feels. Why is our main subclass feature better Hunter's Mark? Does that sell the fiction of you being a god hunter? Somebody who fights the Celestials?
I think it's hunter referential.
I guess I just don't understand. I kind of disagree with just giving you a thing that is essentially Hunter's Mark but different. Because it's not that different. The thing is, okay, the Monster Hunters feature is also that. I get that. The Monster Slayer feature is also that. But the main difference with the Monster Slayer feature is that the Monster Slayer feature is super simple, very intentionally, because the other stuff they get at third level is very strong. And it's really just there to be like, it's filling the role of the little bit of extra damage that you deal. Which is kind of what this is doing too. It's just that this extra flavor that it's filling out is just Hunter's Mark. I don't know. Or it's not Hunter's Mark. I mean, it basically is Hunter's Mark. In a way that I'm like, eh. Will of the One, starting at 7th level, you force the will. Your force of will hampers the divine energies around you. Whenever either a divine quarry or a creature with divine energy within third. What does that mean? So this is another issue. It's like, what does it mean to have a divine energy? I guess you say it down here. I don't know, man. I kind of struggle with building mechanics around stuff that, in my opinion, are really not. That really should be more flavor things. It gives creatures disadvantage on spell attack rolls.
That's pretty
and
specific.
Advantage on stuff against saves against them. Yeah. This feels like, my question is still like, so this is still, it's like, where I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not feeling the divine-y stuff. It's like you're fighting spellcasters. You can sense the divine, which is like super specific, and you can. All right. I'm going to give you a piece of feedback, and then we're going to be done looking at this piece, because even if this is very different, I don't really feel like I have a lot of new feedback here. This is feedback that is also, I think, helpful for everybody. If you have a subclass in mind that you want it to be a very specific type of thing, like I am a giant hunter, or I am a dragon hunter, or I am a demon hunter, or in this case, I am a god hunter, you should build mechanics that make you good at hunting that thing, but aren't just applicable to that thing. So, for example, if I wanted to make a character that was a giant hunter, I probably would give it an ability that allowed it to jump and cling onto stuff, so that it could jump and cling onto creatures that are big. It could jump and cling, though, also onto buildings. It doesn't need to just be giants. It could jump and cling onto any sort of creature. You know what I mean? Like, you want to make sure your mechanics work when they're not just doing the thing that, because otherwise it's like, this is not going to be able to do it. Like, if you're fighting a campaign where there aren't creatures of divine origin that you're fighting, then you're not using your features. You're not going to get to do anything. So yeah, that was what I have to say. Let's have a big thank you for Nobody Important with their ranger that I'm sure will be good at some point, and I hope they keep working on, but I will never look at again. I think I'm actually just gonna make that a call. I think I'm just gonna say that. I think I don't want to look at pieces that more than once. I think that's just a decision moving forward. I think starting next stream, that's the rule.
It's done.
It's done. And you get one shot.
I think that's totally reasonable because, again, like, if you're doing multiple passes of edits on a thing, that's edit work.
Yeah, and I'm not here to be your editor unless you're trying to pay me like an editor. I'm here to be your entertainer, or your teacher, or your ice cream man.
Last one, no.
No, Bud Poncho. I'm going to say no. I would say no. I would also say, realistically, if you changed one or two features and I was reading it and it felt the same, I would stop reading it before I got to them. Because I've done that before. It's just not entertaining to watch somebody skim through a piece that they've already read to try to figure out what's new. And then to, like, give feedback on it. It's just not, like, that's not entertaining.
Yeah, and honestly, even if it was easier to skim through, if everything was brilliantly and immaculately redlined, right? It's like, chat doesn't necessarily have the context. It's just not fun. It's just not fun.
Yeah. And that's why I have a whole friggin' Discord full of people that are really good at homebrewing and give really good advice. You don't need me to be your editor. I can be an idea, bouncy, talky, but at the end of the day, you got lots of folk to help each other out. Beatrice says this was an inspiration from Yu-Gi-Oh! I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh! But I do. What was the thing called? I summon Pot of Greed. Do you guys know this?
Pot of Greed.
Wait. We're gonna take a pause, guys. I need to show you one of the best. I need to show you guys one of the best YouTube videos, literally, of all time. Okay, are you ready for this? This is all I know about Yu-Gi-Oh. This is all I know about Yu-Gi-Oh, and it's all you need to know about Yu-Gi-Oh. Okay, is everyone ready? This is a lesson. Everybody, get ready. Pat, you're not gonna hear it, or you'll have to watch it on stream or something because it's not
on stream. It's fine.
Okay, ready?
I summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck!
That's not what it does.
Roll my dice! That is what it does. Pot of Greed! Draw 3. I summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck! And I summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck! Then I play Magic Force, which allows me to play Pot of Greed once again to draw 3 additional cards from my deck!
You know, he's right. And I attack and I win, right?
No!
You don't have any... Well, you don't have any monsters, and
Oh, he's supposed to be here!
What?
Oh, you got the Celtic God here.
My turn! I summon Dark Magician! I also summon Jack's Knight!
What? How... You can't summon a bunch of cards on one turn. It's against the rules.
You never saw this coming! I summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck!
That's not what it does! It doesn't do that.
That is what it does.
It doesn't...
That's what it do, Yugi!
That does what it do.
That's what it do, Yugi! Anyway, that's all I know about Yu-Gi-Oh. So I don't know if that's that's all I know about it.
You should genuinely make a Pot of Greed magic item.
I summon Pot of Greed to take 3 additional cards. The best line is, "That's what it do, Yugi. That's what it do."
I really like the idea that there's now this idea of like there's a magic item in D&D called Pot of Greed that as an action allows you to use your magic item called Pot of Greed.
What the hell am I looking at here?
Ooh.
How is this? I don't understand how this is.
This is not formatted even
So-
a little bit.
So no, it's not at all. So if you want to write a subclass, it's very, very important to format it correctly. And you don't need to format it in a crazy way. Let me find a piece. Let's see. Oh, I don't even have any other people's homebrew up. But this is not the way to do it. We need a title, you need flavor text, and then you need 2nd level. Here's what you get. 6th level, here's what you get. 10th level, here's what you get. So maybe you're doing that here, but I don't know. And then there's all this stage stuff happening. I'm going to be honest. No one is going to be able to have... How do I want to
Bounce over to there. Bounce over to that.
Over
So
what?
What levels do wizards get things? 2nd, 6th, 10th,
14.
14. Scroll down for further if you haven't posted the link.
So it looks
Yeah,
like
it's
okay. So here's
formatted.
what's happening. It looks like for some reason we're getting a 1st level. We're getting something at 1st
Which you
level.
can't do.
It's out.
So right away you can't give a 1st level feature as a wizard subclass.
Or maybe it's just this is just flavor text. Tradosio, thank you for the 5 gifted. That's very kind.
Yo.
That's very kind. Yeah, this looks like a brainstorming document. So
Yeah.
So here's what I'm gonna say. Don't send me a brainstorming document. If you want to send me something to look at, I would love to look at it. If you want to send me this again, and when it's formatted, I will look at it. But
Yeah.
I don't want to look at it when it's a brainstorming document. I want to look at it when it's a piece to read and review. So that's what I would ask of you. And let's give Beatrice a round of applause.
Yo.
Format your document, and then I shall read it. If you don't know how to format it, there are several templates posted in my Discord, as well as people that could help you figure it out. Excuse me. Ginjiro. This person is... Hey, I want to make a bet. How much do you want to bet that I can use the power of Pot of Greed to influence this piece of homebrew?
What's the piece of homebrew called?
I haven't looked yet. The only thing that we see is their name, and it says playing Baldur's Gate 3.
$1.
Okay. Chat, let's make the bet with chat. Chat, if I can use my powers to make Pot of Greed part of this homebrew, you have to do something for me. I don't know what it is yet, but figure it out. All right, you guys ready? You ready for me to blow your minds? Everybody's going to owe me money.
Put $1 in the chat.
Wait a second. I need to... No, wait, there's something we need to do first. Okay, I'm not doing any shenanigans at this point. I made the bet, but we have to put on some powerful sci-fi music.
Yeah.
Mind Melt. What if I write Mind Melt? What is that going to do? Oh, yes. Wait, this is called Melted Mind. Okay, guys. Can we make this homebrew like Pot of Greed? We can. We will. With the power of my mind and my mind alone, I shall shift reality so that all things in time have shifted, so that this person grew up wherever they grew up, lived their life, and led to them deciding that on this day, they would send me a piece of homebrew that was not any piece of homebrew, but a homebrew that could logically be conceived as being directly tied in one form or another to Pot of Greed because of the Yu-Gi-Oh joke that we watched earlier. Do you believe in me? I believe in me. But it's not just me, chat. We got to do it together. We got to join forces here. Everybody think about Pot of Greed. Prepare yourselves! All right. I'm ready. Let's see it. Wait. Let's see it. Let's do. Here we go. I'm clicking copy.
All right. Do it.
Boom. I am eternal. I am all things, all places, all people.
See the link.
And if you don't believe me, there's the link, chat. There's the link. There's no clue in the title of the link.
No clue in the link. There's no clue in the link.
Look, here's the top of it. No clue.
Holy shit. All right. Okay.
I am eternal. All right, chat. Everybody owes me $1 or whatever. Whatever Patrick
yeah,
said.
I mean, hold on. Genuinely, how do I do this?
Whatever Patrick said.
How do I send you $1 in this fucking thing?
People listen, that whoever that fucking jabroni was in the chat that said I wasn't at least 200 years old, this is what I'm talking about.
Stupid.
So should we take a look at this piece? By the way, I figured that shit out, guys. I am a masterful mind. Because I bent reality so that I was right. And I didn't overdo it either. This is a reasonable subclass. Anyway.
That's fucking funny,
Did I not post
man.
the link correctly? I don't think I posted the link correctly. There we go. There's the link. Oh, Tradosio 10. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. Behold the power. The power. I summon Greed Domain. All right, let's take a look.
Let's do it.
The Greed Domain. Some might call it a sin. Others may say it is simply self-preservation. That is not a complete sentence and is an awkward opening sentence. One thing is for certain. Greed is a powerful thing, and mortals aren't the only ones susceptible to it. That is an interesting thing to say. Start here. It's crazy how much homebrew... Oh, my... Thank you, Patrick. It's crazy how much homebrew... All right, Pat, I have to put you in the closing credits of the show now. It's crazy.
We honor our bets.
Yeah, it's crazy how much, first of all, if any of you question my divinity at this point, you're mad. You're out of control. Because I think I've just about shadow of a doubt proven that I am eternal, truly and always. Thank you, the lovely Deadpoolio. Thank you very much.
Truly, the $1 lost on this bet is a pittance tithe to our to bearing witness of your great feats.
I don't have many feet, but they are great. All right. Every time you write a piece of homebrew, you have to ask yourself, where is the opening? Most of the time, you're going to write 2 or 3 sentences, and then halfway through the second sentence or the third sentence, you're going to be like, okay, that's the opening. And that's exactly what's happening here. Think about how cool of an opening this is. Greed is a powerful thing. And mortals aren't the only ones susceptible to it. Holy shit! 6th cent. That is a lot of money you just gave me. $50.
Whoa!
That is very, very generous.
All right, we're all covered. It's on 6th cent for tonight. This one.
That is really generous.
Has us for this one. Good lord.
Thank you so much.
That's incredible.
I appreciate that. And I can never tell you how I did that magic trick, unfortunately. It's not a... Well, I guess it's because it wasn't a trick. That's the magic, right?
Yeah, I mean, 100%.
All right. Thank you, 6 cent. That is really, really generous of you. Yeah, a lot of cents. 50,000 cents. Jeez Louise. You know what sometimes I used to... You know what I used to think about? You want to hear a crazy thought?
Yeah. I'm here.
I feel like spending $1 to get 100 little metal discs is worth it. I feel like it's a good cost for 100 little metal discs. Don't you?
Yeah, except what are you going to use those metal discs
Whatever
for,
you
I
want.
guess?
If somebody said to me, "Hey man, I have 100 little metal discs, only $1," I'd be like, "That's a good price."
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I feel like you can't buy, like, I feel like you would have to spend more than $1 to buy just like 100 little, like chain links, right? Like 100 of those is going to cost you more than $1. So
yeah,
it's pretty good.
Yeah, when you say it like that, that's what I mean.
Yeah, it's a good point. All right.
Dragons and even gods can become selfish at the thing covered. You sort of are repeating yourself here. It's no surprise that some gods. There's too much casual language here. It's no surprise that one thing is for certain. All of this stuff, it doesn't read well. I would get rid of all of that sort of language. All right, green domain. Let's dive in. Alarm, charm person, borrowed knowledge, heat metal, conjure barrage, glyph of warding, charm monster, private sanctum, arcane hand, conjure volley.
All right, so here's my thing.
Yeah, give me your thing.
Heat metal makes no goddamn sense.
However,
I love it for the opportunity to heat 100 metal discs.
I think heat metal is there because the idea is it's like you could wield, like, you know, you can imagine like a golden thing burning, you know, melting.
Yeah.
Thing. But it also is it's very forge cleric.
I also don't understand conjure barrage or conjure volley.
There's a lot of things here that I think I think there's an argument for them not making a lot of sense. I think that arcane hand, conjure volley, I think that conjure barrage, private sanctum only makes sense in that it's like I want a big fancy house, but in a weird sort of way, I would argue that private sanctum is not the move because greed is about the collection and the taking of things, and private sanctum doesn't do that. Private sanctum is just making a thing that you can have that is also disappears. It's not a thing. You know what I mean? Like you can't keep your treasure in the private sanctum.
I mean, I would argue that while that's true, the private sanctum could be used as a part of acquiring what you greed, what you sort of are trying to acquire, right? Like you would use the private sanctum. Because private sanctum
is not Magnificent Mansion. My mistake. I was thinking Magnificent Mansion. I still sort of applies though, because private sanctum is about, I guess it's about privacy. So you're like, don't see my stuff. Okay, I accept. But I think there are a lot of these in here that are like they touch on the idea, but maybe kind of bounce off a little bit. I think conjure barrage and conjure volley are the two big ones. Like, I don't understand why you're summoning arrows. What is that? I would replace at least one of them with like money, please. Like, I think that's a 3rd level spell.
Something.
Do you not know the spell money, please?
No. Fuck me. There's one from the. This is from a non-standard.
Someone set a fire in your car because you took too long, and I.
But there is literally Incite Greed from Acquisitions Incorporated is the 3rd level spell, which is I think the money please spell that you were thinking of.
Yeah, that was definitely the spell I was thinking of.
Yeah, it's called Incite Greed. So, can't put it in a published work that you're gonna sell. Could put it in a published work that you're not gonna sell. It is also a 3rd level spell, and I don't feel like your 3rd level spells are awful. It's up to you.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I mean, greed is sort of an esoteric idea, so I could understand interpreting certain things in certain directions. The arrow ones are definitely the ones that are the most like...
Why? Like, what does that have to do with anything? Yeah. Somebody said suggestion. Suggestion's a great one.
I think suggestion is a really good idea.
Command is
Here's
also
what I'll say, though.
good.
Here's what I'll say, though. At what point is a greed cleric an enchanter cleric? Like a beguiler cleric.
Right, you need to walk that. So
Yeah.
having that tool in your toolbox is valuable, but making your whole shtick that is probably not good.
I feel like catapult would work well too.
Catapult could be good. Catapult's
Because you're
a
like
little
picking up
utility
pieces
spell
of
for
your.
it.
You could like throw treasure at people.
I've literally seen people do that with catapult in pirate games. It's very fun to watch just hunks of gold fly across the room at somebody.
Yeah. I also feel like. I almost feel like animate objects for the same reason.
Potentially.
Are there any? What about the spell that makes you have a secret chest? Magical secret chest.
Is that a thing?
Yeah.
What's it called? It is just called Secret Chest.
I'm
What
not.
the fuck?
Every time I say something that you think sounds dumb and is not dumb, it's because I'm brilliant.
It's also because the names of things in D&D are pretty
Yeah,
dumb,
but I
let's
know
be
that
honest.
they're. But listen,
That's
I have so much power.
100% valid.
Secret chest. Secret chest. This is it.
Yeah,
This is your
you should
secret
have
treasure
Secret
box.
Chest. You should absolutely have Secret Chest, and that should definitely replace probably Charm Monster.
Tradosia
That's
says that
fun.
spell is awful. It doesn't matter because you're getting it for free. It's a perfect. This is the perfect place to get these kinds of spells. Spells that you wouldn't normally take, but are very situationally useful, and you can make very useful.
Yeah.
People hate. People are hating on Secret Chest.
It is a weird spell. It's a weird fucking spell.
All I'm saying is, if you need to hide a place in an ultra-dimensional pocket that only you can access, that's also a secret chest. Secret chest.
All right, I think the spells need some work. I think some of your spells are a little off vibe, and you're leaving some of that good juice on the table.
What do you call a guy who only wears barrels? No, what do you call a guy that is wearing a ghillie suit with a sleeveless ghillie suit?
Sleeveless gill?
No, secret chest.
True.
That was the best joke anyone ever told in my whole life.
All right, that's
That was a really
either impressive or sad.
No, well that was also that was also a joke. That was funny too because it was me saying I was saying that I made the best joke that I ever heard in my whole life, which is very pompous. Did you ever hear the story about Steven Seagal where he was in his dressing room for one of the movies that he's in, and like one of the co-stars or one of the producers like went in to ask him something, and he's like sitting there reading a script and he's like crying, and the producer's like, "Oh, Steven, like, are you all right?" And he's like, "Yes, it's just this script. It's the most beautiful script I've ever read." And the writer and the person he's talking to is like, "Whoa, that's awesome. Like, what script is it? Who wrote it?" And goes, "I did." And it's a true story. That's a true story.
That does sound like Steven Seagal. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Now, as far as I can tell, that man's our ambassador to Russia.
Yeah, he's no longer really Steven Seagal. He's more like Steven Albatross.
Yeah, that's about right.
Steven Emu.
I don't know why that.
There's
one
not
feels
enough.
bad.
There's not enough. Steven Penguin. Realistically, I was gonna say there's not enough like round birds.
Yeah, true.
You know?
True. Yeah. Just need some little.
We need
sphere
more
boys.
round birds. They all got eaten.
Somebody get on that. Get some round birds.
Kiwis are almost gone. They don't count. Endangered species don't count. Fine, they can count.
Yes. Also, are they?
Do you want?
Anyway,
there is
can we-
a species of bird that is very similar to the kiwi that existed almost entirely on a very small remote island in that area of the Australia, New Zealand archipelago area. And a lighthouse was put. This is also a true story. A lighthouse was placed there, and a lighthouse keeper moved in, and they moved in. I don't remember if they brought their family or not, but they had a cat, and the cat almost hunted that bird to extinction because it was like they were like kiwis. They had no defenses.
right.
They basically evolved to be on like rocky crevice island. Cat had a good time.
So, chat, I want you to come with me on a little journey for a second because when Cinder started doing these homebrew review streams, I remember listening in to one of the early ones where he got his first viewer from Australia.
Oh, good day, mate.
The amount of time that it took to tease apart the difference between Australia and Alaska. And now look where we are, getting niche New Zealand facts.
You're going to have a lot of people in chat that don't understand why it's easy to confuse Australia and Alaska.
I'm one of them, if I'm honest.
I can try to explain it again if I need to, but I feel like it's pretty obvious.
Okay. I mean, listen, indulge me.
Okay. Have you ever gone to a grocery store in another country? Like in a non-English speaking country? Have you ever been to like a Middle Eastern grocery store? Okay, so I lived in the Middle East for a little while. I've lived everywhere before, so we're going to pull one of my Middle Eastern experiences. When I went to the Middle East and I went to the grocery store, I found myself looking at fruits and vegetables, some of which I recognized, but a lot of which I didn't. And you would have something that kind of looked like an apple next to something else that kind of looked like an apple, and neither of them were an apple.
Sure.
Almost, it's the same thing. When I first came here, there were all these different land masses, sort of doing their own thing. Some of them larger, some of them smaller. You mix some of them up sometimes.
Hey, listen.
Like, I had to be in the Middle East for a little while before I understood what, like, oh, this is what this tastes like. This is what this tastes like.
Yeah. No, I mean listen, that tracks. I'm just saying, it's been what, a year, less than 2, and
I think my geopolitical understanding is pretty good for only being here for about a year.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Look how far we've come. It is extraordinary, the progress that you have made about our niche endangered species.
Yeah. I learned that there is a language called Urdu.
Yep. Yeah, that's a real thing.
Yeah, I don't speak it that well yet.
No, I don't speak it at all, so you got that on me.
Yeah. All right, let's look at Blessing of the Greedy. When you choose
there's a cleric happening.
That's okay. Pat, I'm trying... Listen. The people, they want me to review their homebrew, but they're here for the goofs and the gaffs. And every now and then they ask a question that's worth answering. Hey, chat, ask a question worth answering. If you can get me on a tangent, you win a prize.
There you go.
Blessing of the Greedy. When you choose this domain at first level, you know the Mage Hand cantrip, and you gain proficiency in one of the following: Deception, Persuasion, or Sleight of Hand. When you cast one of your Cleric spells, you can replace any of the spell components with the appropriate amount of currency it costs instead.
Probably not the most relevant, because... No, actually... could be helpful.
Well, Mage Hand,
I like that.
Here. The only thing that I'll say is it just feels a lot like the Arcane Trickster.
I mean, I don't mind that as like a first step. I think we're going to need more than that. But as a ribbon feature, I think it's probably fine.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's hectic. I don't feel like we need Mage Hand, but I think it's fine.
I think it's cute, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like I almost feel like Friends would make more sense than Mage Hand.
But Friends is so bad.
I know, but you know what I mean.
I do.
Because I feel like Mage Hand immediately makes me think, oh, this is like pickpocket, and then we're tying in deception. I don't know.
Maybe unseen servant?
I don't want this to. I guess I feel like a cleric of greed shouldn't be a pickpocket though. I feel like they should be they want us, we're sitting in chairs made of gold. You know what I mean? We're not sneaky sneakers.
I mean,
we got big bellies and little bright vests, and and hats that are too large for our heads, and we talk like our mouths are full.
Yeah, I mean, I accept, and I think you're right about the fiction. I think it needs something, and I don't hate Mage Hand, but I think you're right. I think it is.
I would drop Sleight of Hand, keep Deception or Persuasion, and I would think about, and I would maybe this. What if it was what if you gain proficiency in Deception and Persuasion, and what if you gain proficiency in either Deception or Persuasion, and when you make a Deception and when you make a Charisma check regarding like bargaining or negotiating, you can add your Wisdom modifier instead of your Charisma modifier, or on top of your thing, like letting you
Not
use
bad.
wisdom to do like haggling or whatever, talking money.
Yeah, it's not bad.
We need some dragon imagery. If you say so.
Unconvinced, though. I like that you could figure out how to work like a dragonborn greed cleric would be very fun. You could do very smoggy things with that in a cool way.
Twisting Temptation. Also first level. Also at first level as an action, you force a creature you can see within 60 feet of you. I mixed up the words there, but you got them all on. To make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC as you tempt it with whispers and visions. If it fails the saving throw, you know the creature's greatest desire and it is charmed by you for 1 minute or until you or your companions do anything harmful to it. If the creature is already charmed, they have disadvantage on the saving throw and will become stunned for 1 minute. I wouldn't do stunned for 1 minute. That's really strong.
Is that all it does? Other than being charmed, which is...
You can use this feature a number of times to get your wisdom modifier. I mean, it's charmed minus the... It's charmed without concentration and with no penalty afterwards.
Yeah.
And it is... And you learn its greatest desire, which, Pat, you... Come on. If you
I love that shit.
I know you love that shit, but you're telling me that's not strong?
Yeah, I mean, it's fucking strong, but like...
But stunned is too much, I think.
Stunned is way too much. Stunned is way too much.
I think I would
learn
drop
its
the
greatest desire
stunned.
is-
I think you drop the stunned, and the rest of it's fine.
I would maybe tweak creature's greatest desire into you learn of a desire that looms large in the creature's mind. That makes it, that gives it a little bit of a recency bias and also limits it to one as opposed to all of them fluidly.
I also think that you could go in a slightly different direction than this if you wanted to, because I also want to say that I do not think temptation and greed are the same thing.
Yeah.
And
there might be a lot of that in here though, where it's like we're going to be kind of quibbling over, is this greed or is this a thing?
Yeah,
that's
but
greed?
yeah, it's okay to quibble.
Sure.
Because the other thing that you could learn is you could learn the object of most value that the creature is in possession of. You could what is the most valuable thing the person has ownership of.
Funnily enough, I do feel like that kind of slots a little bit back into pickpocket.
It does, but more mental. But it's more like, I guess it does. It's just from a different angle. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I need to. My sister's asking me to change the laundry. I'm gonna go pee and change the laundry.
Okay.
But I will be back in 2 seconds. Feel free to talk to chat, but
Yeah.
you don't need to.
Yeah.
You don't want to.
Yep.
All right. I'll be back in 1 second.
Yep. How you doing, chat? How you doing? Hopefully well. Hopefully you're all doing phenomenally on this, our benevolent Friday Eve. Oh, I am obliged to tell all of you that if you are going to be missing Cinder for the week or so that he's gone and won't be streaming, you can hear his dulcet tones at unbalancedencounters.com, the actual play podcast that the two of us do with some other incredible people. It is exceptionally good and a lot of fun. So if you're not already a listener, now would be a good time to start because you have a whole week off, and you're gonna be sad missing Cinder and his goofs and gaffs. Anyway, fucking sales pitch over. Glad to hear you're all doing well. Let's see. What do you think Baldur's Gate did that should be added to 5e? Throwing people as a core mechanic. Butt Punch Show, it's unbalancedencounters.com. I will put it in the chat. Well. There you go. We just finished recording our third arc, which was an emotional goddamn roller coaster, and was a tremendous amount of fun. We're going to be starting our fourth arc when Cinder gets back. Hold action. That's great to hear. Hopefully it is good. It takes us a few episodes to kind of find our footing, especially from like a recording perspective. But I think definitely by episode 6 or so, you're going to know whether or not it's for you. Skim Milk, that's a risk you just got to take, buddy. It's quality content versus the torrents. It's 2001, and you have fucking LimeWire installed. We're doing this again. I don't know if this is your subclass, the Grieve one, but I think it's the more feedback that we have, I know it can sometimes feel like the more we're tearing into it. But generally speaking, if there's nothing good on the page, the feedback's very high level. It's just, hey, this isn't worth the time to investigate. So if we're getting into the grit on some of this stuff, it means that you've got good ideas, and we're trying to figure out how to help you get it to the ultimate version of what you want it to be.
Did I miss anything fun?
No, I just pitched the podcast and told Gijiro that that there's a lot of good stuff on the page.
Pot of Greed!
Pot of Greed!
Okay, let's look at the channel divinities, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it.
You get 2 channel divinities. Starting Essence Hoarding. At second level, you can use your channel divinity to revitalize yourself by taking it from others. When one of your cleric spells deals damage as a reaction, you regain hit points. I would say as a reaction, you can regain hit points equal to your cleric level plus your wisdom modifier. If the regained hit points would exceed your hit point maximum, the remainder become temporary hit points. You regain twice the amount of hit points if the damage was dealt to a charmed creature. Here's my thought process. I like it. I feel like this last part of like it's better if you hurt a charmed creature. I don't feel like that's such a implied. That implies so much about the way you should be encouraged to play this character. Which I think kind of goes against, like, this is not the backstab cleric or the you know what I mean? I don't know. It doesn't fit. I feel like it doesn't, like, I'm not sure I totally buy into the idea of this cleric is designed to, like, I charm you, then I attack you.
Yeah, dealing damage is a weird one, just as a straight thing that you get a buff to.
Yeah.
That is odd.
I mean, you're getting healing back, so it's I'm okay with that. I just feel like to me the part that feels, and I like that it's a self heal because that feels very selfish in a way that I feel
it does.
I feel like is fitting for greed. Yeah. But I don't buy the implied game loop of I'm charming people and attacking people.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's odd. I think charming people and manipulating them is more the way to go.
Yeah.
And that's pretty well trodden ground, right? Like there are a lot of things that are like you can you can issue a one-word command to anyone that you have charmed. Like there's stuff there for sure that you don't just want to replicate. But yeah, it's I don't know that I love that game loop either.
The lovely Deadpoolio says a lot of greedy people in fiction have backstabbed people before. Yes, but like you have to think about it in terms of like what's the point? Because if the point is I want to kill you, then why is there any middle section? Right? Like why do any of the charm, subterfuge, etc. if the end goal is I kill you? The end goal isn't I kill you. The end goal is I take from you.
Doing a big slug of damage to someone that you have charmed could be an interesting way.
The damage isn't doubled. The hit points you gain is damage.
Yeah, but I'm just saying like that like hurting someone that you have charmed could be an interesting way to enable something else, or could be an interesting way to capstone this class, where it's like you bleed them for all they're worth, and then you hurt them, right? But this is not that. This is setting up a very core game loop of like your channel divinity is meant to hurt the people you have charmed. That's the core crux of the thing. And I don't know that it lines up with the fiction quite the way that you'd want it to.
Yeah, Skidmilk is saying he feels like a lot of this could dip into the trickery domain. That's sort of what I felt initially of like, how much do we want this to be a beguilement cleric? Like, what does it mean to be a greed cleric?
because that beguilement is already a thing that kind of exists.
Yeah. Imagine you crit on a charmed person to get like 20 temporary hit points. I mean, that's fine. I'm okay with 20
honestly,
temporary hit points.
20 temporary hit points is not that many.
Treachery domain.
Yeah. I mean, could do.
I also am kind of a believer of things like clerics at this point. My favorite, whenever I see someone design a druid or a cleric or wizard, anytime anyone designs a full spellcaster, how much I enjoy it is almost in direct relation to how specific an idea it is. So, like, for example, if you wanted to make a... Like, I would much rather read about a spider druid than a insect druid. I would much rather read about a sorcerer that is like, I am the arcane engine of ice cream sorcerer, where you're all about you are a living ice cream machine. I would much rather read that than like, I am the like the divine. I am the alternative divine sorcerer. Or I am the you know what I mean?
Yeah, I would say that there are situations where I kind of want to see the opposite, because an overly specific subclass makes it feel like it might be too specific for my table. Sometimes it's interesting, but like if you want to go bigger, vaguer here, something like greed, where it's like this is a very all-encompassing thing, you almost need to know what your core game loop is kind of going into it, right?
Yeah.
You almost need to sort of have that flash of inspiration where it's like, oh, you know, a million ideas have converged and I understand how gold cost for spells can intersect with channel divinity in this cool way, and then build out kind of around that, right?
Yeah. Salty Dog said,
we'll keep going.
Salty Dog said, like, Druid of the 8th Forest of Dagoth rather than Druid of the Woods. No. Like, Druid of Pine Trees. I don't think you should be specific of, like, this person. I meant specific, like, specific idea. I don't even mean lore specific. I literally mean, like, idea specific.
I'm actually going to throw out a thing. A circle of grass druid would be fascinating.
I have seen one before.
That's cool, because I feel like there's so much you could do with like explosively and destructively rapid growth.
I don't think it was one that got submitted on stream. I think it was one that I just saw on
in the world
on Unearthed Arcana when I was scrolling through it.
Yeah.
Could you use gold to bribe your god and lower the cost of channel divinity skills? How would you lower them? They don't.
Well,
what do they cost?
And what do they do, right? Like, that's what we're talking about, is what the channel divinities
channel divinities don't cost anything. They cost the use of a channel divinity. They don't require spell slots or anything.
Yeah, so you can't really lower that.
Let's look at the 6th level. Covetous magic. Somebody said, what if this got some bonus for having a lot of magic items? You could do something like that. I mean, I normally push back against letting you get powers based on how much accumulated wealth you have. But I could see a pretty legit argument for doing that with this. You would just need to keep those bonuses reasonable and cap them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right.
Let's see what Covetous Magic does. It's another channel divinity. As a reaction, when a creature within 60 feet casts a spell, you present your holy aura and snatch it. You expend a number of spell slots that's total level equals the level of the spell being cast. So if they cast a 5th level spell, you can expend a 2nd and a 3rd level spell. The creature's spell fails, and it has no effect as you manage to condense it into a coin in your hand. When you are holding the coin, you can use an action to release the spell within consuming the coin in the process. The spell uses your spell attack and save, and the spell treats you as the caster for all other purposes. The coin lasts until you take a short rest. So here's what I'm going to say. I understand the idea, and I like the idea a lot to a certain extent. I like the idea doesn't work super well with the scaling of power of spells. I would argue that being able to sacrifice a 3rd and a 4th level spell to get access to a 7th level spell is really strong. Especially if you can't normally cast 7th level spells yet.
That's a good point. I would say that the coin still would require you to be able to cast this. Like you'd still have to spend a spell slot.
You'd still have to spend a spell slot?
Yeah, so you have to. I honestly, what I would probably do here is I would probably make the initial check to capture it into the coin, counterspell. So you roll a spell attack, and if you roll over the spell level, it succeeds. If you roll under the spell level, it fails. And then you have the coin. You can only use the coin by expending the spells. So it's effectively just a learned spell for a short.
So yeah, so it's not like you're canceling the spell and getting the spell for free. You're canceling a spell at the cost of spell slots, and then you could expend more spell slots to use the spell.
Well, I was saying don't expend spell slots to cancel it. That's on the channel Divinity.
Just make it a counter spell that lets you cast the spell if it's a spell of the level you can cast.
Pretty much, yeah.
I think that could work.
I think it's the closest thing to like a greed channel Divinity that I think we've seen.
Yeah, I guess where my head goes is like, at the end of the day, it's mostly just counterspell, and I don't know if that is the move.
Yeah, I mean, but then what is, right? And I think, again, I said this a couple of minutes ago, like, I think we just don't, you and I, within the course of this conversation, don't have a clear idea of what kind of greed we're trying to replicate.
What if it didn't counter the spell? What if it was this? What if it was something like, when you see a creature cast a spell, you can use this ability, and you gain knowledge of the spell, and you can cast it. And until you choose to cast it, that creature cannot cast it again.
Just indefinitely?
Well, it could be like a long rest or whatever, but like it's sort of like you're taking it for a little while. I don't know. That would just
really
be
cool.
That would just be a way to make it kind of like different than counterspell, but still sort of do that idea of you like, I'm taking this from you.
Yeah.
And it would sometimes be strong, but sometimes it wouldn't. In the same way that counterspell kind of is.
Yeah. I like it. I think that's a cool idea. I think the idea of shutting down their ability to cast that spell is really, really powerful. And then Matt Thorne said that they had talked a little bit in the Discord about the balance of it and some ideas where apparently this could initially be given to someone else to use. Hear me out here, but if the coin that you're getting is a one-time use thing, and it is the thing that holds back the original caster's ability to cast that spell, and I don't see why you shouldn't be able to give it to somebody else as long as there's a spell slot required for it.
Yeah, so you're still expending that spell slot.
Exactly. So as long as the use of the coin requires the spell slot associated, I think you should be able to give it to whoever you want, because then now all of a sudden everybody's fighting over it. And that's interesting.
Yeah. Don't do what I just said as the idea. That is the capstone feature for the Thief Rogue. Or not for the Thief, the Arcane Trickster. Tradosio was like, you just described the Arcane Trickster capstone. I had to check.
Thank you.
Yeah,
okay, I accept.
That's so funny.
Yeah. Honestly, I think that the Arcane Trickster sits in this space that of like petty greed, real heavy, in a way that Cleric greed, that like Machiavellian greed, needs to be more social engineering in a way that is tough to sort of represent.
Like, what if you could do a channel Divinity that was like a charm person effect, but it didn't charm them in a way where it's like you can control them. It charmed them in a way where they were like ruthlessly, like I almost want it to be like I can cast charm person on someone and then they like try to take all their friends' stuff.
You're just bringing them into an MLM?
Yeah, I'm just like making somebody greedy. Like I like cast this on you and suddenly you now genuinely covet all your friends' stuff. I don't know how I would express that, but that's sort of where my head goes, like how it would make, if I was going to do charming stuff, it would be that sort of charming where it's like, you want to try to steal your friend, you want to try to pickpocket from your friend now.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But yeah, in its current state, it's too strong, with a capital T, and a lowercase w, and another lowercase o. Potent spellcasting is potent spellcasting. Let's look at the capstone. Aura of Avarice. What is this word? I have to look it up.
Avarice. It's
avarice.
Yeah, it's just
it's extreme greed.
Yeah.
You exude godly authority and tempt to all who approach in a 60-foot radius for 1 minute. Oh, an avatar state. Lovely. Whenever a creature of your choice enters the area for the first time on its turn or starts its turn there, it must make a wisdom save. On a failed save, it is charmed by you for 1 minute. If a creature's saving throw is successful, the effect ends for it and it's immune to it for the next hour. As a bonus action, you can issue a command to the targeted creature. The target must succeed. This is just mind control. This is not an aura of greed. This is an aura of do what I want. This is an aura of domination. Or
Cinder,
popularity.
I genuinely feel for the author of this, because like these are the ways that D&D sort of gives you the ability to manifest. And now these might be sort of first blush. You might be able to push further and do better here, but like these are a lot of the ways that D&D gives you in order to represent what it means to be manipulative and what it means to be greedy. And I think it's just one of those things where it's like, D&D is a punching simulator, right? Like, that's what it is. And if you're trying to represent a high-minded idea that doesn't necessarily nestle into moment-to-moment, beat-for-beat combat, I mean, Matt Thorne said that your idea of, like, trying to get everybody to steal their friend's stuff would be a nightmare to represent mechanically. It would. It'd be very tricky. You could do it, and I encourage you to if you're interested in that. But D&D does not like to interact with social interactions. It's not really a game for that. So you are gonna, a lot of this stuff is gonna fall back on. It's just mind control, right?
Mm-hmm. Somebody suggested looking at antipathy, sympathy.
Yeah,
it's an interesting idea to try to take the wording from that. Yeah. I hear you, but and I think that the solution here is to try to think more out of the box.
Yeah.
An example of something that I think you could do to do a greed thing. Mm-hmm. What if you could, and I don't know, for Channel Divinity, for a 17th level it'd be more extreme, but like you can manifest a physical. You can manifest, like, what if you could like manifest an object of someone's desire, like a copy of it, you know? Like I can look at you. You have to make a wisdom saving throw. If you fail, I can magically summon a chest that has the thing in it that you want.
Yeah.
And maybe I can choose for that thing to disappear or something. But like something like that is sort of the headspace that I go into.
I also think there's probably some value from like a first principles perspective of thinking through the entity in fiction that you want to represent. And like Cinder painted this really great word picture of like a fat rich man in a tight vest with a with a big hat, right? Like if that's what you want to represent, you got to kind of figure out, how do you drive, what does that person do? How do they interact with the world? How do they exact their will onto the world? For example, one idea that you could go, if you wanted to go the like tax collector route, you could genuinely have Channel Divinity Pound of Flesh, where you force them to make a save. If they fail, they're charmed by you, and then they can either willingly give you the most valuable thing they own, or if they choose not to, you have advantage on attacks against them until the charm is over. Mm-hmm. Right? Like there's something in there that you can figure out, you can tease out. But I think you've got to get a crisper idea of like, that's very different from I'm representing the head of a church, right? Where it's like, I'm doing high-minded Machiavellian manipulation. And you've just got to figure out where you want this to live, because the idea of greed that you're trying to get across here is just not, it's not singular in a way that lets you, I think, build a good loop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's an interesting idea though. It's a hard one to try to navigate. I think that it's one of those things where I do genuinely think you have to like look at the things that are already out there and try to make sure you're not stepping on toes. And with something like greed, I think I don't know, like Pat, what you said where you were like, this is kind of what we have to work with in 5th edition. I get that, but I also feel like if you're trying to make something that feels like it's greed, then you need to also be willing to be like, fuck that. I'm going to make some weird features to manifest greed. You know what I mean?
Yes, 100%. And like, my assertion was singularly like those are the Legos that D&D gives you.
Yeah.
You don't need to be limited to that Lego box, right?
Yeah.
Like you can make new shit and then figure out how to make it work within the system, and I encourage that wholeheartedly.
Alrighty. Yeah. All right, Ginjiro, thank you for your piece. Let's give a big round of applause. Definitely has some things that can be. Give us some interesting thoughts, my friend. Interesting thoughts. Also allowed me to use, allowed me to show a tiny slice of my power, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, that was really good. Hey, I'm gonna be jumping here in a second, but chat is currently in the process of talking about what would happen if you gave somebody in a D&D game the ability to turn anything they touch into gold. And I'm gonna drop some stuff on y'all right now. Cinder played in a side quest, a bonus arc that we ran, a pirate game that we ran for Unbalanced Encounters very recently. It's going to be coming out in a couple of months. And that was genuinely a thing his character had to contend with.
This is true. I found an object that allowed me to touch anything with it and turn to gold, and it got me in trouble.
A lot of trouble. And on that note, I'm gonna be out. Have a good night, everybody. Cinder, have a blast on vacation, and I will see y'all in a week or two.
All right, Pat. Have a good one, buddy.
Take it easy.
For folks
buddy.
that don't know, Pat is my dungeon master for the podcast that I do. It is a show that we have been doing for over a year. Aside from my stream, it is the thing that I am the most proud of. Please go check it out if you haven't. It's anywhere podcasts are listened to. People tend to like it. It is sort of a D&D actual play, but we take 4-hour episodes, and they're usually edited. 4-hour sessions are edited down into like 1.5 to 2-hour episodes with like music and sound effects and soundscaping. So we try to make it as listenable as possible and as cinematic as possible. And I think we do a pretty good job of it. And I play a giant robot named Guard.
Yeah.
Oh, you're still here. Hey, Pat.
Yeah. I figured I'd let you get through the pitch. Anyway, it's a fun show, and enjoy it while Cinder's gone for a week and you have nothing better to do. Okay, bye.
Bye. All right, that was Patrick, guys. That was Patrick Perini. All right. Chat, I can talk to you now for a little bit. What's up? Let's get a Demitex piece. No one sent me a good distracting question in a while. Come on. Where can you find the podcast? The podcast is on Spotify. It's on Apple. It's also on this Unbalanced Encounters is what it's called. This is the name right here. It's on all these things. Where should you start? Start at episode 1. It's a story. I really want to play D&D with Patrick. He's such a good DM. He's okay. No, he's great. What changes do you think Baldur's Gate 3 did that should be added in 5e? The lovely Deadpoolio. There are three things that I think immediately that Baldur's Gate 3 did that I want there to be hard and fast rules for in D&D. One is that when you throw something or shove someone, the distance you can throw something or shove someone is directly related to how strong you are. So, like, if you are a barbarian and you do the shove action in D&D, you can push someone 5 feet. Doesn't matter if your strength is 10 or if your strength is 20. In Baldur's Gate 3, the distance that someone gets shoved is based off of how strong you are. So getting to be able to shove creatures further for being stronger is cool. I would incorporate that. The other thing is, same thing with distance with things you can throw. How far you can throw a thing is related to your strength. And now a lot of Dungeon Masters might play that, but there aren't any technical rules for it. And I think if there were rules for it, you would think to use them more. And like, as soon as there's rules for how you can interpret an idea, it creates a lot more agency for the player to strategize how to do them, because it's not like every time the player wants to do something, they have to say, hey, Dungeon Master, would this work? They just know it would work or not work based on the rules. So that's a nice thing. The last thing that I was going to say is that in Baldur's Gate 3, every martial weapon has special moves. So, like, for example, if you are fighting with the Great Axe, it has a special move where you can cleave and hit a couple creatures next to each other. And you get access to those special moves if you are proficient with that weapon. So if you're proficient with a great axe, you can do the special great axe moves. And they're not crazy strong. They're just like slightly alternative attacks. And I wish that was a thing in D&D, where like spears got like the special spear thing, and tridents got the special trident thing. And that would just be cool. I would like that. One D&D playtest has special properties for each weapon. Good. Because I like that. How do you feel about subclasses that require a background race feature? I usually don't force people to follow them. I don't like them that much. I'm not against them, but I don't think I don't use them. If ever somebody sends me something with that, I just ignore it. Like I do not think that a Blade Singer has to be an elf, for example. I'm okay with feats having racial features because sometimes they tie directly to like what that race's abilities are. Like a Dragonborn feat might be tied to its breath attack, for example. But other than that, certainly not subclasses. I wouldn't do anything like that with subclasses. Demitech says, I really like the idea of fantasy being a wizard focused on magic negation. So you want to try to make a subclass around that. The negation magic wizard. Have you ever played Legend of the Five Rings? I have not played Legend of the Five Rings. Is it what I think it is? Somebody invited me to play in a game like this once, but they didn't explain the rules, so I didn't really have fun. And then I didn't play it ever again. That's my experience with that. It's like Samurai D&D. Good night, Ace Adventurer. Ace Adventurer. What's my favorite cantrip? For real life or for D&D? I have a favorite cantrip that I would want in real life, but I don't think it's my favorite for D&D. If I picked a cantrip in real life, I would pick Prestidigitation. Easy, no question. Nomi. Nami. Both? You're getting greedy, Noah. You're getting greedy, Noah. Mending is also a good one. I think that in D&D, I really like... The thing is, I don't really play spellcasters that much because I don't like relying on spells. Mage Hand is good. I like Mage Hand a lot. I like Primal Savagery. I think that's a really fun one. Being able to make ice. Yeah, that's true. All the Mold Earth, Shape Water, those ones are all really fun. All right, let's see what this subclass gets. Specialized. So this is like an alternative abjuration wizard. Spell Shatter. At second level, you've learned to disrupt the activation of spells you know. If a creature you can see is casting a spell that is in your spell book, as a reaction, don't say may, say can. You can roll an Arcana check against their spell save DC. You equal or roll it, the spell fails and has no effect, but doesn't consume a spell slot. This feature can be used a number of times equal to a proficiency bonus, and can also be used on the second reaction gained from Arcane Reflex. The fuck is Arcane Reflex? Is Arcane Reflex the thing? Should I know what that word is? Do you mean Arcane Reflect? No. Hold action. So here, yes, this is both way too niche and also kind of too strong. So the way this ability works is that if you know a spell, you can negate someone else from casting it. If the spell is not in your spell book, it doesn't work. So if somebody casts Fireball and you don't know Fireball, you can't do anything. But if somebody casts Fireball and you know Fireball, you can counterspell it. I counterspell at 2nd level. I would say, I don't know. I mean, I kind of understand what you're going for here, but it's so niche. Like, it's the problem with this ability is that you could play a whole campaign. Well, not a whole campaign, realistically, but I could very easily see you going from, like, I could very easily see you having multiple sessions where you don't get to use this feature. And because the next time you get a subclass feature is 6th level, this is like the only thing you have to represent your subclass. It's not enough. It's just not enough. When should you use may versus can? Realistically, there are such few times that you should use the word may when you are writing specifically for D&D that I think you can just avoid it. If there are times where you can use may, but you kind of have to, like, really be aiming to. And there are a couple people in our community that very actively try to create situations either mechanically or grammatically where using may is the right thing to do. And when they accomplish that goal, they become the champions, and I am for a moment shattered, but I am also ever growing and infinite, so they may break part of my shell, but you know, the tide always comes in, you know what I mean? So it's fine when that happens, I guess. What's the difference between may and can? Can is the ability to do something, and may is like the decision to, sort of. I don't know. It's a little different than that, but there in D&D language, the only time you really use may is if there's like a very specific type of thing where the dungeon master like might decide something. Can is definitive, yes. So yeah, this I think needs something else at 2nd level, and I don't think we should get counterspell. I think that if you need, I'm going to be real blunt here. You need to think about how to build this in a way that it's not just you get counterspell. Because what this is counterspell with some caveats. And that's not super interesting. We need this to be interesting. We need to feel like we're getting something new, something different, something that is evocative. This is not super evocative. And I'm not exactly sure what, like, you know, disrupting magic, there's a lot of ways to do that, but I also think that you might want to think about, again, like, well, what does magic do? Magic charms things, it frightens things, it deals types of damage, it alters the terrain. So you could look at some of these effects and think about maybe you're not necessarily just casting counterspell, but maybe you're negating some of these magical effects. And that not only makes it so you can sort of better make it feel like its own unique thing, but it can make it so those things are both balanced down a little bit, but also more applicable in a wider sense. Like, you don't, you know, if you have an ability to disrupt a creature being charmed or frightened, or if you have an ability to disrupt certain magical damage types, that can be applied to lots of stuff, not just a very specific spell. The entire subclass is counterspell? Are you sure? Let me just read what the next thing is. At 6th level, you've taken measures, blah, blah. When casting counterspell or dispel magic, you do not have to use the verbal somatic components. At 10th level, you know arcane knowledge, blah, 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 blah. Additionally, you cast counterspell. You can tell the level of a spell and more to do with counterspell. Yeah, this is a thing where I'm going to be honest with you. There already is a counterspell wizard. It's called the Abjuration Wizard. It exists. It's this guy. They get counterspell built in. They have resistance to damage and stuff from spells. They also get other stuff, though. That other stuff is really important. Really important. So you need to ask yourself, what's the other stuff? And then you need to be like, this can't just all be counterspell. So you got to think to yourself, how are ways that I can disrupt magic that feel cool? Well, negating magical damage, affecting the ability for objects to be manipulated through magic or people to be manipulated through magic. Making things, you could make it so things could have a mutable form. I don't know. There's all sorts of different directions to go in, but I think that right now, you need to think a little bit more into like what else is happening here that's not just counterspell. And if you don't have an answer for that, the question becomes then like, okay, well then what could, if I don't know how to fill this out other than just with counterspell, then I think the question is then, is it worth it to make it, or should I just be an abjuration wizard? You know? Negating magical traps, again, that's so specific. It's too specific. Whenever you're making homebrew, you do sort of have to ask yourself the question of like, should I be spending my time on this or not, you know? And sometimes you just don't have an answer for a question, and that's okay. It just means like, okay, maybe this doesn't need to be a thing. Maybe I'm trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. Or maybe you have a really cool idea and it works. You know, you never know. Anyway, let's give a big round of applause to Demitech. Demitech. You were surprised there wasn't Dispel Magic there? Yeah. What if you can negate the effect of spells like Thorn Whip does damage and repositioning you? What if it still does damage but makes the target auto pass on the save? What is that? Making somebody auto save on a spell? I guess that's a thing you could do. You'd have to be pretty limited. I don't know. Auto saving on a spell, that's basically legendary resistance. I don't know if I would give legendary resistance as a class mechanic. Is there like a pity wheel for people who have been submitting pieces and not getting picked after a certain amount of weeks? Or do we just got to pray that there is a week with no one submitting pieces? You either have to pray, or you can become a member or a patron. And then you could also submit pieces to the member wheel, which is the one that I look at every Thursday, and I usually get through that wheel. But other than that, you have to pray to the great gods of the wheel, or to me, or you could also post homebrew in the Discord if you want it to be looked at there. But no, I do not do a pity wheel. I do not keep track of once I'm done with a wheel, I erase it. I do not keep stats on who gets picked more than others or anything. I leave it completely up to random. Yeah. Ring Zeus, bless us. RNGesus. Oh, I see. RNGesus, not Ring Zeus. I'm so dumb. All right, thank you, Demitech. You posted it once on a video, and you're going to try to find it in the Discord? I don't know what you're talking about. But I accept. Are you guys going to be so sad when I'm gone for a week? Are you going to miss me so much? Just a bit? Alright, I appreciate the honesty. The material linked here is from a module you hope to publish. This is a lethal plus adventure for 10th level characters and the monsters encountered. Do you critique modules? I do not critique modules. You would love to hire me to go over it at some point. You're more than welcome to hire me, but I am expensive. Oh, this is not a module. This is a monster. Okay. CR2 monster. All right, let's take a look. I love CR2 monsters. It's one of my favorite CRs. You're going to miss me a little. You're going to miss me terribly. All right. As long as we have a good barometer. I don't want anyone to miss me. I don't want everyone to miss me terribly, and I don't want everyone to only miss me a little. I want it to be a good bell curve, you know? I accept maybe, Data. I accept maybe. From you, I accept maybe. From others, I need more commitment. But you've earned a bit of uncertainty. What does that mean? I don't know. What does any of this mean? Let's see what we're looking at. This is the Death Pie. Is that like Magpie? The Death Pie is a mutant form of the pre-mist Magpie. Its form remains mostly unchanged, except that it has become flightless and its greater motor functions have been quite reduced. Okay, so it's just like a big scary bird, I'm gonna assume. All right, cool. Let's see what it is. Your aim is pretty bad, so you'll probably miss. What are you gonna miss? Oh, I see. That was a joke. I'm so dumb. Get out of here, Bud Poncho. Have a good night. I will see you in a week. I will be back in a week. If your thing gets spun, just yeet it. You already saw it? All right. Thank you, buddy. Bud Poncho is a wonderful example of how people that are newer in the community can become people that become very, very, very solidified in my memory by the use of having a silly username and being like weirdly active contributors in the conversation for feeling new. But I like it. It's good. It's cool. Okay. All right. Armor class 20. AC. Armor class armor class 14. 20 hit points. You didn't do the math right. If it has 2d5, okay, none of your math is right. None of your math is right. Where is the +2 from? If it has 5d6 hit points and its con is +2, then this number should be 5 times 2. This number should be 10. So do your math right. Monsters work the same way as characters. So in the same way that a barbarian has a d12 hit die, and every level they gain hit dice equal to a roll of their hit die plus constitution, every hit die that you add to a monster, you also add the constitution. This is also the same for attack rolls. So for example, this thing has a proficiency bonus of +2. Its bite attack deals +4. Where does the +4 come from? Because the bite attack, if it's using strength, should be +6 because it's +4 +2. Because a strength-based character or monster uses its proficiency bonus plus its strength to attack. Where is this +3 coming from? When I am a barbarian and I fight you with my greatsword and I have an 18 in strength, I get a +4 to my damage because I have a +4 to my strength. This thing should get a +4 to its damage because it has a +4 to its strength, etc. This man homebrews. This is true. So you are going to need to spend some time to get, especially if your goal is to make this a book, you need to spend some time learning the fundamentals and making sure that you're paying attention, not just to the way that monsters are written from what's cool, but like think a little bit about like what's happening behind the scenes. Behind the scenes. You don't just want to look at that outer shell. You want to think about the bones and the meat. Birds of a feather. Let's dive into it. I'm not going to worry too much about the numbers anymore because I think you just got them wrong and you just need to figure out how to get them right. If an encounter does not specify the number of death pies to use in a swarm, roll a number of d20s appropriate to the scenario and add 10. Okay. Huh. It's not a meaningless sentence. It's mechanically very confusing and not in line with how D&D is written. There is meaning only because I think there is meaning in the intent. Also, Dylan, thank you for the 5. I appreciate the 5, my guy. It is way too many birds. I would say that this stat block could represent a swarm, but this is way too many. Having 10 CR2 monsters is a dangerous encounter that is more... So here's the issue. Here's the issue. I get that it's for a deadly scenario, but you still need to, like, build it in a way that's logical. If this monster has this feature, it's not a CR2 monster. The other thing that I'm going to say is... It is not going to be fun to run an encounter with 20 monsters. That's not going to be fun. That's too many. Once you have that many, you start to need to enter swarm territory. Number of d20s equal to the appropriate scenario is meaningless. Databank, you are correct. I agree. When I said it wasn't meaningless, Databank, I think that we misunderstood each other because you thought I meant there was some meaning in it, and I was ignoring that part. I did. It's true. I wasn't really paying attention to that part. But what I meant is that I understand the intention, and that intention gives meaning. But I think this is all nonsense. So we are on the same page there. Yeah. Sometimes we talk past each other. It's okay. Listen, Data, as long as we find each other at the end, I'm good. I used to go to festivals a lot when I was a young and more savage creature. And one of my favorite things to do at festivals, and by festivals I mean like you're camping out in a campground and stuff, and I would have these, and me and my friends, we would have like a campsite. So we would all get to the festival, we'd like pick an area, we'd use our tents to like create a little like almost like a living room, not a living room, but like a little yard area. And then we'd set up big pop-up tents for cover. We'd have fire pits. We'd set up a little kitchen with snacks. We'd hang lights and stuff. We'd make it very trippy and colorful looking. It was very cool. And it was like a little village that we would have for the time of the festival. And it made it so like your area was like your campground. And it was really, really fun and cool. And one of my favorite parts of going to festivals was the late night wandering, because everybody is just staying up doing crazy stuff. So like walking around a festival campground at night, you're going to bump into people doing crazy glow stick dancing. You're going to bump into people playing music. You're going to bump into like all sorts of madness, Dylan with 5 more. Oh my goodness, buddy. You are being very kind. And I appreciate it. So when we would do one of my favorite things to do is to wander, because you spend all this time with these people, and it's really fun. But one of the most fun feelings is like you don't see somebody for like half a day, because you're wandering when they're at camp, they're wandering when you're at camp, you pass each other by. But then that feeling of when you like find each other again and you're like, hey, and they're like, hey, and you like, it's great. That moment of return is great. And the point of that story, Data, was to say that I'm okay for us to pass each other so long as we have that moment of return. Okay? Okay. A member of our community has recently actually been working up templates for the classes and subclasses designs. Oh, that's really cool. I did not know that. A general question, is there a good template? Oh, you were answering that. Oh my God, you guys are so much better than me. This is wonderful. I love when you guys can do that kind of nonsense. All right. So yeah. So the way that I would write this feature, this birds of a feather thing, is I would say, I would probably not make it a class feature of the thing. And I would put it in the description of the creature. And I would say, they are never seen in groups of less than 10. And that's it. Just make it a part of the lore of them. Magpies are slow ambush predators that move in flocks. Sometimes in hundreds. Again, this is all too much flavor text for this. You don't need this flavor text here. You just want the mechanics here. The point of a monster stat block is that you want it to almost be like a reference sheet. Like when I'm reading the monster stat block, I don't want to look at Play Dead and have to figure out where the mechanics are. I want to just see the mechanics. So mechanics shouldn't start halfway down the feature. A player's first seeing a death pie swarm, don't say may say can make a DC 20 perception check to see if they are alive. Otherwise, the player will recognize them as dead magpies. There's a much simpler way to write this. And it's just false appearance. Just write false appearance and call it Play Dead. And say, so long as a death magpie remains motionless, it looks dead unless a creature succeeds on a DC something medicine check to tell if they are alive. Also, a DC 20 is way too high for a CR2 monster. That's silly. If you're going to make it a CR2 monster, the DC's got to be like 12 or 13. In a session, you got jumped by like 10 1 HP undead crows that while they were easy enough to kill, they rolled high on initiative and half the party got down. Yeah, I mean, action economy is incredibly powerful to mess with people. That is very true. When I was saying that a swarm of creatures as a lot of stat blocks doesn't really work, I wasn't even thinking about that, though. Although you're right. What I was thinking about, though, is just the amount of time it takes. Like, it's, I don't know about you guys, like, doesn't it suck? Okay, I'm a dungeon master more than I'm a player. I love you too, Quinn. I'm a dungeon master more than I'm a player. So maybe I worry about this too much, but please tell me if I'm wrong with this worry. But I feel like I'm doing something wrong if I'm stumbling through my turn in combat as a dungeon master. Like, I don't like to spend a lot of time figuring out what the monsters are going to do or needing to, like, dive deep. I don't want to spend a lot of time, like, looking at the monster stat block. I feel like it just takes, especially if you have, like, 4 or 5 players and there's a couple things going on, like, I feel like it's just not good to take up that much time. And I feel like the more monsters you have, the more time you take up. Which is why swarms work better as, like, a swarm. Took a couple years to learn, but lower the amount of creatures. You have to know what they do going in, and they will overpower the players with a few. Managing 5 skeletons is cumbersome. Imagine 25 birds. Yeah. Sneak attack. Don't call a feature sneak attack unless it is literally sneak attack. This is not sneak attack. Sneak attack is a feature in D&D. This needs a new name. When a player enters melee range, they may wish to examine a dead pie. Don't write. What do you mean? They may wish to examine it? Make a DC 18 nature check and have all other players declare their intent before resolving the check? What does that mean? What do you mean players have to resolve their intent? Guys, is this like a Pathfinder? Are they using Pathfinder language or something? Is there another TTRPG language that this is happening here? Any other players that enter melee range for any reason must make an 18 dex saving throw. Resolve all saves at the same time, and anyone who fails the save misses the sneak attack round and suffers an immediate hit from a bite attack. What are okay, I'm just going to point out some things. Resolve all saves at the same... Like, this language is very confusing. This language is confusing enough that I don't even know what you're trying to make this do. The reason... This strikes more than, like, 4E than Pathfinder. The reason you don't features stack unless they have the same name. Never copy the name unless it's the exact same feature. I've never DM'd or read monster sheets, but is it normal for the monsters to have rules about how the players can interact with them? Alejandro, not in this way. This sounds like they're sort of trying to build an encounter in a specific way, but, like, I don't understand. I don't even know how to give feedback on this piece because I don't know what it's trying to do. I thought it was going to be something like if a creature attempts to examine a death magpie, that death magpie can, like, immediately attack them. Or something like that. You know, like a surprise attack. But there's a lot going on with, like, dex saving throws and nature checks. And, like, I don't understand. I just genuinely don't understand what's going on here. Maybe they mean a surprise round? Yeah, I do feel like a lot of this should just be in the description of the monster and shouldn't be mechanics. Because whatever mechanic you're trying to do here, genuinely, I don't know what it is. So I don't even know how to give feedback on it. I think if I were you, you really need to familiarize yourself with the way that monsters are written. You don't even need to agree. You don't need to write exactly like it, but you need to look at how they're sort of split up. And if you're like, I don't want to look at Wizards of the Coast stuff, look at Kobold Press. Kobold Press makes some of the best monsters ever. Look at how they design their monsters. And their monsters are very complicated, but they still use very clear language. And you need to familiarize yourself with monsters a little bit more. Be like the way that I would write this feature, if I was going to have, like, an ambush feature, it would be something like, it wouldn't be here. It would be, like, in the reaction. And it would basically be like, when a creature attempts to examine a death magpie, as a reaction, they can immediately make an attack against that creature. Just something like that. Look at the language of those little twiggy things. When motionless, they're hard to distinguish. Are you talking about blights? Yeah, blights. How could a player even lose a surprise round if they didn't even know about the monster? Well, there is no such thing as surprise rounds in D&D, just so you know. It's the surprised condition. It's a condition. They're called blights. Oh, yes. No, yes, some creatures do have specific interactions. There's the Umber Hulk, there's Medusa, and there's the Basilisk, which all specifically say a player can, like, a character can... intentionally avert their eyes from it to, like, avoid the effect. I think that Twig Blade is maybe what he's going for Play Dead, but Sneak Attack, this is not what Twig Blades do. This is just confusing. And again, like, I don't understand why we're doing, like, dex saving throws, or what are we even talking about with resolving checks and saves? Like, it's just confusing. This bite is too strong. Math doesn't make sense. Poisoned is fine. When successful attack is made, they attach to the target. This is basically the same as a Sturge, I think. What are those creatures called? Are they called a Sturge? These guys? They can attach to you with when they bite you. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like I don't understand what this is supposed to feel like. And I think that you are suffering, your piece suffers from being written in a way that really doesn't feel like it's not written like a monster stat block, in a way that it's pretty hard to understand. So that's main feedback for you. I think the best thing for you to do is to read a bunch of monsters and familiarize yourself with the way that they're structured, and the types of features they get, and the language that is used in how you express features. We don't use resolve saves anymore in 5e. If that's something from an older edition, it's fine there, but the language sticks out in a way that makes it'll make people be like, that feels weird. And if you're making something especially with the goal of it being like sold online or turning it into like a compendium, that making sure the language doesn't turn people off is like incredibly important. All right, let's give a round of applause for Arindor. Arindor. I really like the idea of being a summoner wizard because it sounds pretty cool, but I don't want to be burdensome during combat by taking up too much time. Yeah, don't be a summoner wizard that summons a lot of things. Be a summoner wizard that summons one thing. Just have one creature at a time. Take, summon undead, summon aberrations, summon celestial, whatever. Just do that. Have one pet. Boom. Easy. Done. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I'm gonna change the music again. I'm tired of this music. What happens if I do this? We'll try this for a little bit. Summon creature has a range of 200 feet. None of that has to be on the ground. Yes, you can summon a whale. Looks like you accidentally submitted the longest name ever. Maybe. Next is Schwa. Relatively new to Homebrew and first submission. Figured I'd start small with first. Small, that's not a bad idea. I wanted to build a world where wizard colleges teach students to create magic items. So there's a bunch of relatively mundane magic items for sale that are fun to have, like this one. All right, cool. Let's take a look. Oh, this is a weird song. I don't have any copyright sounds. Actually, all of the music I use is copyrighted, but I pay for the lights and sing for it. The simple wooden box. This simple wooden box is magically infused with a purely distilled scent. When opened, this box always produces the same strong, pleasant aroma that can be smelled for up to spelled up from 100 feet away. That's a big area. I would probably make it less than that. The scent of the box never changes. The box has a smell of any items placed inside it. These objects cannot be detected by smell when in the closed box. This is a very funny. Okay, I like this magic item a lot. First of all, I would put this in my game. I think 100 feet is too big. I would probably make it 30 feet. But I really, really like it. I really like this item. I'd immediately put dog poop in it. That was my first thought immediately. Put dog poop in this baddie. I know that might not be the intention, but that's definitely what my players would do. My player would find this item and be like, oh, excuse me, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah, I don't really have any other feedback other than that. I think the 100-foot range is too strong if you make it, because especially when considering it mimics the smell of anything you put in there, you could put some gross stuff in there. But yeah, I like it a lot. You immediately thought of putting poop in it too? Yeah, man. Schwa. I think it's really solid. I like it a lot. I really like it. I think that the main thing you got to think about is the range of it. But yeah, man, thank you for sharing. Yeah, you could have a whole subplot based around it. You could literally use it as a hook for a campaign to start. The mystery of the poopy inn. It doesn't mimic, it masks. No, you missed it. It does both. I don't know who said that, but it does both, Noah. Read this part. You fiend. You smell burning, evacuate the base. Fire. That's true. You could put like ash in it. Thanks for the summoner wizard advice. Sure. The other thing that you might want to think about is like, if you want to be a wizard, like maybe go College of Creation bard. Do you know what I mean? Where they can like instilled in their subclass is a way to summon a special thing. Thank you for the 5, man. I appreciate it. Wizard all the way. Okay, fine. Be a wizard. Wizards are cool. Wizards are cool. I'm not trying to tell you not to be a wizard. I'm just saying that wizards don't have a subclass specifically around summoning other than conjuration. And in my opinion, conjuration is not that exciting. Sorry, not sorry. You hope your bard subclass gets pulled? Me too. Undine, I think I looked at your piece already, unless this is a different one. Let's see. What do you want me to look at? The Dractus Matriarch? I looked at this already. I looked at this already. I think I looked at it already. I'll check. All right, let's see it. It's a huge monster, CR10, bunch of hit points, resistant to acid, immune to poison. It's sneaky. It can hold its breath for an hour. It's got toxic scales. Each time a creature makes a melee attack against it, it takes 4 poison damage. The creature can choose to make the attack with disadvantage to avoid this. Oh, that's interesting. A blended visage. I'm curious why you picked 4 poison damage. I would not do this. I would make it a number. I would make it a d6 poison damage, probably. Blended visage. The matriarch can attempt to hide even when only lightly obscured by foliage. So they can hide well in nature. Cool. So they can hide well in nature. They have multiple heads, so they have advantage on being blind, charmed, frightened, deafened, stunned, and knocked unconscious. I feel like I might drop the unconscious part. Multi-attack. They make 1 attack with each of her maws. Or uses stinging spit twice. If it chooses to use stinging spit twice, she must pick a different damage type for each use. Okay. It has a poison maw that it bites and deals poison damage, and then it can poison creatures until the end of their next turn. It also has acidic maw, which is, I guess, different. Oh, makes one attack with each of her maws. Wait a minute. So she makes 3 maw attacks, or two. You need to say the number. Say the number. Say the number here. The acid maw does acid damage. The debilitating maw does necrotic damage and blinds someone. What is this thing supposed to feel like? Stinging spit. It launches a ball of spittle. All creatures within that point have to make a dex save or take a bunch of poison damage of a specific type of those types. Hey Cinder, would you be willing to review a sub? First of all, thank you for the 10, Databank. Wait, let me finish reading this feature first. Dex save or take a bunch of poison damage on a success. Is it a snake? Hey Cinder, would you be willing to review a subclass rewrite or 2 subclasses based on one original? You've said no before, but what if it's one you didn't already like? I really would rather not. If it feels like something I read before, I don't really want to read it again. That's what I'll say. So if you send it to me and I can't tell I didn't read it before, here's Databank. This is genuinely what it comes down to. A lot of the time, I'm going to say more than 50% of the time, when somebody resubmits something, I have a lot of feedback that is the same feedback that I had the first time because they didn't want to listen to it the first time. And while that's fine, it makes it incredibly tedious for me to review it because I am now just repeating myself in a way that is annoying for me because I know the person's not going to listen to it, but I also don't remember what things are changed and what things aren't. So I might give feedback that's dramatically contradictory to what I gave before, or I might give feedback that is just repeating myself. Oh, not a resubmission, a Wizards of the Coast subclass change? I understand. I misunderstood your question. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I made a whole fucking rant before I read what you wrote and to clarify yourself. Sorry about that. Maybe. I'll say a big maybe. I think that most of the time when somebody sends me a rewrite of a class or a subclass, specifically of a subclass, I'm not going to review a whole class. Most of the time, I feel like it doesn't merit existing, if I'm being honest. I don't think I've ever seen a subclass rewrite where I was like, oh, cool, this makes sense. I've always just been like, this is just this subclass, but better. I wouldn't put this in my game. I don't really have a lot of feedback for it other than just it's just this, but better, which I don't think works. Because I think in order to justify a subclass rewrite, first you have to sort of buy into the idea that the subclass needs a rewrite. And I don't believe that 99% of the time. Or you have to sell the idea of it's like a different take on the subclass. So like I would much rather read a alternative Storm Cleric, Tempest Cleric that dramatically reinterprets how you interact with the storms and thunder and lightning. I would much rather read that than like it's a monk. It's like it's a 4 elements monk, but it works. I don't want to read that. That's boring to me. If you're like, this is a Beast Barbarian totally reimagined, and it's dramatically different than a Beast Barbarian, and it feels dramatically different to play it, but it's the same flavor kind of, I'm okay with that. But if it just feels like it's just retreading what the thing does or trying to fix a problem, I'm almost completely uninterested. Just because I don't think most subclasses need to be fixed. I think a lot of people think that more than I do. You promise you're not like the other girls? Oh, Databank. What am I ever going to do without you? Without you? What do you mean without you? All right. Let me actually do this for a second. All right. What subclasses do you think definitely needs a rewrite? You're probably asking Databank, because I don't think any do. Way of 4 elements, I guess, but I don't care. I just would rather just not even worry about it. Just play something else. Okay, next it can constrict, so it can grapple guys. But this, it doesn't get to multi-attack when it does this. If it uses its constrict, it's the only thing that it gets. And then it has legendary actions. It can attack. It can slither. It can force a creature of her choice within 5 feet to make a strength save or knock her prone, and she can move 40 feet. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I like it. I think it's fine. I do feel like these different bites don't feel that different. That's the only thing that I would add. Yeah, I mean, these bites, like, I wish the bites felt different. I wish they felt different. This one blinds, but this one poisons, so I guess they're a little different. Is the Blood Hunter out of UA? Beastmaster? Beastmaster does not need a rewrite. They already did a rewrite for it. It's in Tasha's. It's good. The Tasha's Beastmaster is just good. Yeah, hold actions right. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty neat. I feel like there's a couple stuff that that needs some tweaking, but overall I think it's pretty solid. I feel like Constrict should be a lot stronger, because why would it ever pick Constrict over taking 3 attacks? You know what I mean? So Constrict needs to be good enough that, like, you would buy into using it. Quincy, thank you for the 10. Earth Elemental equals best Elemental. That is true. Thank you. Yes, my beard is very nice. Baldur's Gate 3 gave me an idea for a giant spider beast companion, and I'm surprised I never thought of that before. Dude, giant spider beast companion's the best companion. You can only try to be as cool as my beard. You'll make it. Use Constrict with the legendary. It's not meant to send in an action in the construct. It's not meant to send an action on Constrict. Well, but it can. It should. Then don't make it an action. So there are like make it like a dragon. So have you looked at dragon? I'm not trying to dragons. You're familiar with dragons, right? So let's do I don't know, a blue dragon. Adult blue dragon. Adult blue dragons do not have a wing attack. Okay? It is only listed in the legendary actions. You see that? If you want it to only be a legendary action, make it so it's only a legendary action. Don't tie it into the action economy there. I think it's a pretty neat idea. I will be honest with you. I don't think it's doing anything that new. It sort of feels like the best part of it is this feature, in my opinion. This is the part that feels the most unique. The idea that they can bite in like 2 or 3 different ways is very similar to the Iron Cobra. And it's just sort of like a big snake. So I kind of want to know. I want to know like what else sells the flavor of it, the lore of it. Just in case you're not familiar with the Iron Cobra, this is what the Iron Cobra is. Oh, I wonder if they changed it. Let's check. Yeah, so the Iron Cobra gets a special bite, and then its bite does one of these things. It either paralyzes them or does some extra damage or confuses them. But it's that same thing. It's like I bite you, and it does kind of different stuff. This is what it used to be. It's basically the same. And it kind of reminds me of that. It also sort of reminds me of a Flind. I think it's a neat idea. I just think I want to see more. I want to see more uniqueness. I think I want to see more distinctness. I want to know like what's the memorable thing that this is gonna do where people are like, "Whoa, that was crazy. That was pretty nuts." Those are my thoughts. I'm wondering if you could like push the venomous bites to being more distinct or strong or doing something else weird, or leaning into the fact that it has 3 heads in other ways that are more active. I don't really know. Those are my thoughts. I think if you made the heads really feel different, a little bit more different as opposed to just different sort of commonly tread versions of poison, that might help. Because blinded, poisoned, and acid damage all sort of sit very logically in that poison space, where it's like, all right, I've seen that kind of stuff before, you know? You've never seen this monster, Iron Cobra? Yeah, it's a clockwork monster. It's pretty cool. All right, get out of here, Quincy. Get out of here, Quinn. You're not Quincy. You're Quinn. Get out of here, Quinn. Get out of here, Tradosio. Good night. You give its head regrowth, Hydra style. You could do something like that. I'm not really sure because I don't know enough about this monster to know what distinct flavorful thing you want to put in there to make it. Whatever this word is, Drackets. Whatever makes a Drackets not a snake. Lean into that more is my main feedback. You didn't want to take it too far from a normal snake because it's meant to be a mutated version of a beast. Oh, okay. Then yeah, that makes sense. If it's just supposed to be a mutated version of a snake, that could work. I still think it's worth trying to give it something that feels more distinct. Like Toxic Scales, like I said, this is the best feature it has. Because a bite that blinds, a bite that poisons, blinds, this is all very commonly tread stuff in D&D. So this is distinct. This is unique. I really like this feature. I would lean more into stuff that feels like, okay, what other ways can we express this thing as a mutant? You know? There's where my head goes. But yeah, I like it. Thank you very much. Let's give Undine a big round of applause. Blind should be a spit. That would make sense. I actually like that a lot, actually. Making the spit do the blinding. It gives you room in the bite to do something different with it, too. I like that a lot. Because that makes sense. That's what spitting cobras do. They blind you with their spit. Makes sense. All right, thank you, Undine. Twin Maelstrom. Spitting cobras are cool. Spitting cobras are cool. Hi, Cinder. This is my first submission. I have not added all the flavor text yet. Please let me know how I did. What is this? Is this just a single feature? As an action, you can empower a creature to be worthy of a champion of Valhalla using your channel Divinity. Choose one friendly creature you can see. For 1 hour, that creature gains a fly speed of 10 feet. If the creature is being ridden as a mount, it gains a fly speed of 30 feet instead. Is this a channel Divinity for a paladin that you're working on? I would probably move away from giving them flying speeds, and I would just give them faster speeds. Or maybe giving them flying speeds, but not doing it to the flying speed thing. Because most mounts with a flying speed... Wait, if the creature is being ridden, the mount gains... So it has a fly speed of 10 feet if no one is riding it. And if someone is riding it, it has a flying speed of 30 feet. That doesn't make sense. Why would it be so much slower when you're not riding it? I mean, giving somebody's mount a fly speed is interesting. I don't know if I'd build a channel Divinity around it. It's also really hard to judge it because I'm just looking at it and I don't really know what you're trying to do there. Next time, send in the whole document. It'll be a lot easier to read. I'll be able to give more insightful insight. But either way, thank you very much. You still get a round of applause. Do you turn an ally into a mount? Maybe. Depends on how well you get to know each other. Iris. Iris, you're that Goo Goo Dolls song. You guys know that song? Hello! It's Iris again. You might and might not remember me from... I remember you. Of course I remember you. I think I read this piece already. I read this piece already. I gave feedback on it. I don't know when I did. Earlier this week or last week. I love you. Goodbye. Mini round of applause for Iris. I read the worm thing, and then I also read this other thing. The main feedback for the other thing was that it was too strong in a couple directions, but I don't actually remember what the feedback was other than that because I looked at it a while ago. But next is Hob. Hob. Level 2 characters getting their first magic items. Setting is high fantasy mice Redwall borrowers vibe. Oh. I love Redwall. Do you guys ever read the Redwall books? Do you know Redwall? Oh, Redwall was so good. The cartoon wasn't bad either, but the book was so good. Or maybe it was a movie? Oh my god. Yes. So good. One of the coolest interpretations of a snake ever. One of the coolest snakes in fiction. All right, let's see what you made. The Mangled Wine Knife. Oh, I like the name. You listen to it on tape? Yeah, the moment he meets Shrew is burnt. Dude, that's because it's fucking intense. It's such an intense scene. It's such an intense scene. I'd listen to that book on tape. I bet it's great. I didn't read all of the Redwall books. I just read I think I just read Redwall and Mossflower and maybe like one or two others, but there's like a billion of them. Let's look at this Mangled Wine Knife. When attacking with this weapon, don't say may, say can, you can choose to deal bludgeoning or piercing damage. When hit by a weapon attack, don't say may, say can, you can use your reaction. When you are hit with a weapon attack, you can use your reaction to attack. So it shouldn't be a weapon attack, it should be a melee weapon attack. When you are hit with a melee weapon attack, you can attempt to use your reaction to trap the weapon in the corkscrew. If you succeed on a contested dexterity check against the attacker, they are disarmed and their weapon falls at your feet. That is very cool, but also very strong. Being able to disarm somebody is really strong. So I would probably make it where I would probably make you roll a dex check and let them roll a strength or a dex check. And then I would probably limit how often you could use this feature. It also, I don't think you should be able to do this every time you're hit with an attack. It's got to be limited in use. It's a little too strong. Strange, the flavor text is below the object. Yeah, I would switch it. This should be above it. Why can versus may? Because it's a question of, do you want your writing to look professional and be in line with the way that D&D is known to be written? Or do you want your writing to come off as amateurish or make the reader be like, subconsciously? That's why. May, it's not always that may is for DMs, but that is a good way to think about it. It's not quite that. It's not exactly that. It's both more nuanced and more stupid. But I think that databanks is a good way of thinking about it. Yeah, nothing in D&D uses may, really. That's really what it comes down to. But I like it. It's a pretty simple magic item. I'm a fan. I don't know why it's a warhammer. It definitely should be a longsword. And I think that, yeah, other than that, I think it's solid. I like it. You're definitely trying to match their style. You just never noticed. Yeah, that's why I yell it, because nobody notices. People forget. I don't really have more thoughts. I love the idea of a corkscrew being like a special sword. Realistically, I think it should be a rapier, because those are the kind of swords that I feel like would make sense as a corkscrew. Right? One of these guys, except it has like a twisty middle. I feel like that makes more sense. But yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I think it's good. All right, thank you. Thank you, Hob. Oops. Make it limited in use. Maybe proficiency bonus times per day, or not proficiency bonus, but I don't know. Probably make it 3 times or 4 times a day. Make it charge based. Oh yes. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. Thank you. Big round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Rapier is also finesse, so using your dex makes sense. Oh, that's a really good point. I wasn't even thinking about that, but yes. That is a very good point. That point's so sharp I can cut my finger on it. Lucy? Hey, Cinder. Hey. Just want to say I'm here to get yelled at. This is an uncut, not refined piece of homebrew, so I want to see how I can improve. All right, let's see. Uncut. What is it called? I can't see. It's just called the Forg. All right, let's see what we're working with here. This is the Forg. The Forge Bearer. The Forge something. I don't know. All right, chat. Take a look. Yeah, I like a good fighter subclass too. I wish you had some flavor text so I know what this was supposed to feel like. Within the tapestry, this is called Aura Blade. Within the tapestry of your journey, a new thread of destiny unfurls. A bond with your weapon that transcends the mundane. As your hand grasps the hilt, an ethereal aura cascades forth, weaving through the weapon's form and granting it newfound potency. Why common rarity, uncommon rarity, rare? Are you getting powers based on the rarity of the item you're using? I don't really understand. I wouldn't build a mechanic that way. If you have a common item, it becomes a +1 weapon. This is too much flavor text. The way that you need to organize your piece is you do a sentence of you do as much flavor text as you want before you start talking mechanics. When you start talking mechanics, you do name, thing, maybe a couple words of flavor text, and then mechanics. So don't be throwing flavor text in the middle of a feature. That's not how we do. Had an idea for a Barbarian subclass themed around aberrations and monstrosities. Staple features increased unmatched unarmed reach. Random effects to social interactions. Oh, that could be cool. It's a fun idea. Remember, the shorter the name of the magic item, the deadlier. You may scoff at the Lich Knight or the old ways, but never underestimate the power of the one named Forg. That's funny. You cast Booming Blade if you have uncommon items. See, I don't even know what where the you get an extra attack. Okay, completely honestly, I'm going to be really blunt here. You need to scrap this feature. This is not how you scale a feature. It's just not. This is not going to work this way. Because you have no control as the designer of how frequently a player gets item rarity. So in your design, you have no idea when somebody's going to get a rare item. What if somebody gets a very rare item at level 3? What if the Dungeon Master just does that? Then they get all of these things? What if a Dungeon Master runs a game with no magic items? Then they get none of these things? So, I think if you want to build a subclass around you have a magic sword, you need to build it into the subclass. And it needs to be a thing that you get at 3rd level. It can scale, but it shouldn't scale this way. So this is a ground up mechanical, I would say. This mechanics you need to start from the ground up. I don't see anything redeeming in here. You could maybe do things like when you fight with your ordained weapon, you can use Booming Blade or Green Flame Blade or something. But this is not the this is not the way. As your bond with the aura deepens, your connection becomes a fluid melody, harmonizing with you or every movement and intention. We're getting a lot at 7th level. 7th level is usually not a big level for fighters. Oh my god. I'm going to be really honest. Your flavor text is so overdoing it that it's like reminding me of like first year poetry students, and I don't like it. I think you need to get rid of like 80% of your flavor text. Maybe not 80%, but like half of it. You extend your weapon's reach. Where the fuck is the mechanics? Holy shit. I have to get to here before I get there. This elegant extension. Stop it, dude. Stop it. Oh my god. I can't even. I don't even think I can get through this. I don't think I can read this whole thing. I think I need to skip through it. I'm getting angry as I'm reading. It's, you know what it reads like? It reads like it's full of itself. It reads like it's full of itself. And I don't think that's your intention. And if you don't want it to read like it's full of itself, you need to really tone back the flavor text. It's like smelling its own butt. The place for poetry is in the description. Yeah. Okay, so you get a reach of 10 feet. What else do you get? What the fuck are you saying? Oh my god, I want to punch you in the face. Stop writing like this. Ugh, it's killing me. It's killing me. Okay, what does this do? What does this actually do? I think the way that this feature works is that when you make a weapon attack, you can choose to extend its reach by 10 feet. Period. You can use this ability you can use this ability a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus before you require a long rest. Just write it like that. Just don't make people read through poetry to get to the mechanics. My suffering is good content? Is this... What do you mean one sentence? This is... I mean, I don't know. Yeah. I wish it was one sentence. You could have a 20-foot reach with a glaive. I'm not even worried about the... I'm going to be honest. I'm not even thinking about the mechanics here. I'm like... The mechanics are not the thing that is going to stop people from reading this at the moment. What the fuck is happening? The additional damage? Where does this 2d6 come from? What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that when you hit a creature with a weapon, you can make the weapon deal an additional 2d6 damage? I think that's what you're trying to say. Just say that, please. Please just say that. Please just say that. My brain is turning to sludge. Okay. If you're going to be doing stuff like this, where you're getting a bunch of cool different powers, they shouldn't all have their own timer. This should not be happening proficiency bonus times per day. This happening happier level per day. This is probably happening on a different thing. If you're gonna give 3 features like this, you got to do it like the Psy Knight. What are they called? Psy Warrior. So the Psy Warrior gets 3 things at 3rd level, 2 things at 7th level, but they're all based on the same resource, so it sort of works more. They're not all on their own individual resources. And you really are basically setting the house on fire before anyone can enter it with the way that you're choosing to write this. I'm not even gonna try to figure out what this means. I'm not even gonna worry about it. I'm not even gonna worry about it. I think we're gonna stop reading this piece here. Actually, I think I'm gonna stop reading it here. I don't really want to have to figure out everything that you're saying. I think that this thing is too strong. I think that you need to figure out what you want this thing to feel like. Do you want it to feel like a guy with a magic sword? I think that that's a great idea. Give them 3 cool things they could do with the magic. Give them a resource, magic sword resource. A couple things they can do with it at level 1. A couple things they could do with it at level 7. Something like that if you want to. But I just can't keep going. I can't keep reading it. I'm really sorry. It's just too... I don't want to have to hunt for the mechanics. Like, I just read this whole thing in my head. Where is the part of this thing that explains the mechanics? Is it this? Is this the mechanics here? I just can't. I just have to stop. I have to stop. You asked me to yell at you, I think. Yes, you did. Okay. Yeah, this is written like a... This is not written like a subclass. This is written like a... This is written like a first-year poetry class piece, and that's not the move. And it's also just a lot too strong. I think you should think about what you want a guy with a magic sword to be like, and try to build that, and try to make the mechanics clear. Like... Word of advice. If you need this many words to explain, and this many of them is the mechanics, too much flavor text. It should be the opposite. The flavor text should take up about this much space, and then we need the mechanics. All right. I hope that I yelled at you enough, Lucy. I hope that was an appropriate amount of yelling, and I hope that you are satisfied with it. Thank you for your piece. Please make them more readable. I would love it. I'm a Moron says less is more. This is true. This is almost all the time true. You can be so much more evocative with your writing in a sentence than you can in 5 sentences, because that one sentence will hit so much harder almost all the time. Thank you, Lucy. Thank you. Do you guys really like watching me struggle? Arcade. A Paladin subclass for when fate has plans for you, but you were a little too busy. You're struggling to make the mechanics punchy to really nail home the theme. Well, the theme is kind of vague. What is it? What? I don't understand what the theme is. It's funny when I lose my mind and say this is already a feature. Yeah. That's okay. I don't mind when I get upset and lose my mind a little bit. Is the mechanic... Yeah, is the mechanics the lazy paladin? I guess we'll see. The Fatebreaker calls those who rebuke the very notion of destiny, valuing free will above all else. Fatebreakers seek to abjure the forces of fate from their allies, allowing them to act against impossible odds. All right, I don't think you need more than that. Defy fate. Nothing is written in the stars. You must carve your own path. Stay resolute. Never bend under the pressure of those who would corrupt you. Oppose your oppressors. Fight freedom. Fight for the freedom of others. Oath of the... I'll do it later, maybe. Bless, Zephyr Strike, Enhance Ability, Warding Bond, Life Transference, Motivational Speak, Guardians of Faith, Staggering Smite, Hallow, Skill Empowerment. What is this supposed to feel like? Mechanically, what do you want this to feel like? Because I don't understand what it's supposed to feel like based on these. Like, why doesn't this have freedom of movement? Why doesn't this have protection from evil and good? Why doesn't this have the thing that makes it so you can't be detected? Non-detection. Or mind blank, where you can't be mind read. None of these spells don't fit the vibe. I'm going to be really honest with you here. And the spells are one of the most important parts of fitting the vibe for a paladin. Yeah. Like, a lot of them feel like they almost are fate stuff more than they're not fate stuff. Mind blank is 8th level. Okay, so they're not mind blank. Sorry, not mind blank. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Guidance. Well, guidance is a cantrip. You don't give cantrips to paladins. I think bless, skill, empowerment, enhance sort of work like giving agency to break your destiny. I guess. I don't know if I guess. I feel like there's other things that might fit better, but I accept. At Channel Divinity, you get Break the Chains. You can magically empower an ally to break free of their binding. As an action, you can end one of the following conditions on yourself or a creature you touch. Grappled, prone, restrained. This is really weak. Oh my god, this is weak. A Channel Divinity should be like almost like a little stronger than like a 2nd level spell. And it should be something that is good at level 3 and then is good at level 20. This is just ending a very simple this is not a Channel Divinity. This is not a Channel Divinity. Yeah, it's not as good as Lesser Restoration. It's like weak. It's like, and also being prone. And like these are the easiest things to get out of. I would probably make it like you can touch a creature, and then for the next minute, they are immune to being grappled, prone, or restrained. You could do something like that. But just ending that condition, that's nothing. Yeah, a Channel Divinity to get out of prone is very funny. It's very silly. It does give Death Ward. No, it doesn't. It gives Warding Bond, not Death Ward. You utter a mantra. This is Fight the Odds. You utter a mantra of defiance. When you are an ally that you can see within 30 feet of you makes an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw at disadvantage, you can use your action to give them advantage instead. I like that. Turning a disadvantage into advantage. I like that. I think that's good. Boop. I'm a fan. Yeah. Let's look at 7th level. This is just the thing that the Devotion Paladin gets, isn't it? Isn't there a Paladin that just gets this? Yeah, don't do that. Come up with something new. Erupting Smite. When you are hit with a creature, like... Maybe chat has ideas. I don't, at the top of my head. Other than maybe, you know, creatures within the area can't be grappled or can't have their movement speed reduced or something like that. Maybe creatures in the area can't, have advantage on strength or dexterity saving throws to escape being grappled. Maybe creatures in the area get a bonus to their movement speed if they start their turn within the aura. Something like that. Or of Resilience. When a creature within 10 feet drop to 0 hit points, they drop to 1 instead. Nah, I wouldn't do that. That feels a little too strong. Oh, an aura that gives advantage on death saving throws is an interesting idea. That Channel Divinity would oddly be a good aura. Yeah, this one? Yeah, this would be a good aura, for sure. I agree. Fate Defiance, you could offer resistance to allies who would take damage that would reduce them to 0. I don't think that fits as an aura. That maybe could fit as a Channel Divinity, but I don't think that makes sense as an aura. Permanent Guidance? Nah, I wouldn't do that. I like the idea of trying to turn this into it. Oh my goodness, Dylan with the 5. You're crazy. He's out of control. Somebody stop him. Can you guys tell that it's getting a little late because I'm leaning back in my chair and have my arms over my head? That's how you know it's getting late. That's how you know it's getting late on the stream, 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 late on the on late on late on la 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 la. You know? You guys know what I'm talking about? You guys know what I'm talking about. Let's look at the 15th level feature. What time is it for you? Time is a flat circle, my guy. I exist in all times and spaces. But currently my flesh vessel is on the eastern coast of the United States, so it's around 11:30. At 15th level, when you hit a creature with your Divine Smite, it explodes with radiant energy. Choose a number of creatures equal to your Charisma modifier within 5 feet of your original target. Each creature must make a Dex saving throw or take radiant damage equal to the roll of your Divine Smite and suffer disadvantage on all attack rolls. On a success, they take half as much damage instead. This is too strong to be on all the time. This is too strong to be on all the time. I also don't really understand why this ties to Fatebreaker. I think if you want to do an Erupting Smite, I think that's fine. I would probably make it more like the damage. I probably would maybe make. I would probably make the damage like something that is more like that's tied to like a static stat of yours, like your charisma modifier or your proficiency bonus, or maybe half your paladin level. I wouldn't make it based on the roll of the die, or I would make it like just a flat number. So it's like they all have to make a saving throw, or they take 2d8 radiant damage. Just leave it like that, or something like that. Even that's, I think, pretty dang strong. To the writer, because I frequently play with fate in my own personal writing, it would a ton to figure out what fate actually is to this paladin. Like, is it predetermined destiny, divination, physical chains? If you can figure that out, you can give them features that combat that. Oh, that's a good point. So, like, maybe the problem here is that you're talking about Fatebreaker, but it's essentially like free. It's essentially like you're not really describing it as you fighting destiny. It's more like you're fighting oppression and servitude. That's a really good point. And I would also argue that this is almost more of like the freedom paladin than the Fatebreaker paladin. But maybe that's what fate is to you. Prison. Would it be too wild for the Fatebreakers to be able to use their smite to buff allies instead? It depends on how. I don't think so, though. When you hit a creature with your weapon attack, you can expend a use of your Divine Smite, but instead of dealing damage to the creature, you give that many temporary hit points to an allied creature within 10 feet of you. Something like that. That could work. An aura of divination immunity? I could see something like that working to a certain extent. I don't know if I'd go total immunity, but some sort of divination prevention could also make sense, depending on what it was. More like, you can't be spotted. But again, that feels more like you're a spy or you're being a secret guy. I don't think this is a secret guy. Outside mechanics and in the story, I would imagine this paladin to be able to be unaffected by an opponent who's fighting with foresight. Oh, that's an interesting idea. And then we get Fate Incarnate. As a bonus action, you can do this for a minute. You gain an additional use of your channel Divinity. Attacks against you or your allies within 30 feet cannot be made at advantage. Hostile creatures who start their turn within 30 feet of you are under the effects of the Bane spell until they leave the aura. It's fine. I don't feel too hectic about it in any direction. Negating advantage and giving Bane is pretty strong. The irony of that is it's like this is very much a fate affecting thing, right? It's like I'm determining the fate of my enemy by lowering their chances of this sort of stuff happening. But as far as 20th level features go, I think it's fine. It's not super evocative of I think the idea of being a fate breaker, but mechanically I don't see anything hectic about it. Is Magic Missile a fate because it's inevitable? Unless you have the shield spell. Yeah. Philip was right there. Yeah, exactly. That's funny. All right, let's give a round of applause to our dear Arcade. Wow, who would have guessed it? Who would have believed? Arcade. All of these years. All right, guys. Friends, neighbors, country folk. Give me 1 second. I can see what's happening. What? They don't have a clue. Who? They'll fall in love. And here's the bottom line. My trio's down to 2. Oh. Guys. Oh, thank you, Dylan, for the gifted sub. Guys, I was going to say, I'm going to start wrapping stuff up. I'm a little tired and I still have to pack. Thank you so much for everybody that came to stream tonight. Thank you so much for Dylan, Tradosio, everybody that gifted stuff tonight. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. I'm going to be off next week, but I want to hit the ground running when I come back on the 11th or the 10th, one of those two. So don't forget about me. I want to hang out more with you. And I want us to hang out more. And I'm very, very excited for when that happens. I'm very excited for when that happens. So take care of yourself. Don't forget to feed your pets. And all of that stuff. Okay? Be good to each other. I love you guys. You're the best. You're champions. You're wonderful. So yeah. 1 second. Alrighty, guys. Good night. Be good to each other. Why the fuck is this thing not working?
I don't think about it.
All right. I love you. Good night.
About you leaving me. I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door. Never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn?
Man, this background's really fucking up, huh? What is going on here? Kind of ruins the mood. That's okay.
Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities?
Good night, guys. Seriously, thanks for everything. You guys really are the best. I appreciate it.
We just fall into
Have a good weekend. Take care of yourselves.
his arms. And we laugh and we cry, we dry each other's eyes. But we don't talk about it.